Downtown, 6th Avenue eastbound, a crash blocking 2 left lanes before Federal Boulevard has stopped up traffic back from Wadsworth at the moment.
Kelly, are we online?
The Lakewood and West Denver areas. Further west into the high country, I-70 westbound, some heavy congestion between El Rancho and Idaho Springs. This one we're seeing a 30-minute delay. Back to town, some brief slowdowns, I-25 southbound between I-70 and Spear Boulevard.
What the fuck is wrong with this? This is like the worst computer. These computers. Oh my God, are these pains in the ass, these fucking computers?
Yep.
Does everyone complain or just me?
Nope.
Everyone.
We
Good.
have trouble tickets.
My God in heaven. They're pains in the fucking ass.
Yep. Welcome to my nightmare. I know you can do it. I believe in you.
And I found my pen. We're good.
Oh, yay. Okay.
Still much better.
You know, I mean, the one thing, since you brought your laptop, I don't know if you want to do this, but you could share this call screener sheet.
All right, is it my turn?
Probably. I don't know.
Make
Jeff
it
got
my turn.
Jeff got it last week.
Make it my turn.
What I got?
Because Jeff's always done it.
I can do it again.
No.
What is it?
No.
Pizza.
My turn.
Oh, gotcha. Well, thank you.
Oh no, I'll get it. I haven't done it in a little bit, so I just have problems with Tom though.
You do whatever you want. I'm not going to insist on anything. Like anchovy. No, I don't
Doc.
give a
Doc just has
I do like that cheese though, but that's the only thing I get cheese and sauce, but some people don't even like that, the extra.
All right, we're about to launch. We don't have that for
Yeah,
the
As
outbound.
and
So
actually,
I'm
I've
gonna
seen the
call
video
Paula,
of the dog.
and that's like the one
It's an older
outbound
dog,
we have.
and it
What's
starts
that?
to season up.
We have
in the
just
river.
Paula is the
That's-
outbound, so
that's
that's
them
what we're
pulling
just
out
about
and
to
saving
launch.
it.
So you might
Had
want to talk to these
resuscitated.
guys.
Oh no, I will. I got it. Yeah, I'll take care of it.
He was seized up. And when he's just old. Yeah, he's an older dog. They're out there playing. He goes too far. The water doesn't. I mean, doesn't look.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. A very active car day today. Today is Friday. It's car day. And I call it car day, but I think we decided we're going to call it Car Friday. But whatever we're going to call it, just don't call me late for dinner. I don't know what the hell that means. But anyway, so listen, I'm here. I'm doing the show from the studio, the mothership today, because I got my car guys in. And frankly, I don't want them to know where I live. So I decided to come into the studio instead of having them at my house. I think that's safe to say because they are car guys. Anyway, welcome. So how many car salesmen does it take to change a light bulb? How many? I would say one, but you have to buy a 4-year warranty.
Well, he's got to check with his manager first and make sure it's okay.
That's right. And credit life, disability.
That's all a part of it.
Rodney with JFR Cars, and we have Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. I think Kevin's going to saunter in anytime soon, right? Is Kevin going to come in soon?
Yeah. He said 6th Avenue is pretty blocked up.
Sheridan Auto Tech. And were we going to have someone else too, or is that just the three of us? And where's my YouTube morons? I haven't signed on. Are they up and running yet? YouTube morons and Facebook flunkies, you got them up? They're up? Okay, good. I got to get them. Anyway, I did a feeble attempt for a live video yesterday because I put it in Dak's hands. Deputy Chopper.
How much is this Cybertruck?
Deputy Chopper was a guest of mine yesterday. I took him on a helicopter flight because he's a former pilot for Denver Police, and he's one of my YouTube morons. And then we did a YouTube live for about 20 seconds. I mean, it wasn't very long because we weren't getting a very good signal out there. So it was fun. Beautiful day. So what's going on in your life? Let's talk. What I just want to say this before I take Paula. Paula's calling with a problem, and you can call too, 303 Martino 24/7, 303-627-8466. You can call anytime, and we'll get back to you on that number. Or you can call 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I published an article on Newsbreak and also Nextdoor, and I put a little teaser on Instagram about the insurance crisis affecting condos and townhomes. And I pissed a lot of people off. I don't know why. I don't know why my articles piss people off, because they're meant to help people and to inform them. The insurance crisis, in a nutshell, I had people in condos saying, "You're a liar, blah, blah, blah. You know, you're just," people accuse me sometimes. What do they call me? A panic monger or a fear monger? I'm not. I mean, I hear things on this show. You guys, when you sit in on the show, sometimes you hear stuff and you think, God, do people know this is happening? So that's the same attitude I get. Do people know this is happening? And what I do is I go and publish things, to let people know this is happening. You remember that one time, for example, when packages show up at your door and you have no idea what they are, and then you call the guy who's supposed to be for, and he goes, "Oh, it was sent to you by mistake. Can you send it to this address?" And you forward it unknowingly. You become a chain in a crime. And you can get in trouble for that until you have to explain who you are. But you are unwittingly an illegal freight forwarder. People were pissed off at me for writing that. Say, that never happens. I talk about moving scams, where one mover will sign a contract with you online for a certain price. You never see that person again. All they do is sell the contract to someone else. That someone else comes and picks up the stuff. And when they come to pick up the stuff, they say, "Oh, no, this is way more than we thought." And then they get more money. Then you never see that person again. Then the person on the other end who delivers it says, "Oh, we weighed it. It was way more than we thought. You're going to have to pay again." So you pay 3 times. So the one that you thought was the cheapest turns out to be the most expensive, and you're paying 3 different people. None of them work together. And somebody told me on Nextdoor, "Oh, that never happens." Well, why the hell are people hell-bent on telling me things never happen? I don't. Maybe they feel if they're in denial, it will go away. One guy wrote to me today from Newsbreak, a comment saying, "I have a condo, beautiful pool, beautiful amenities, beautiful this, beautiful that. I only pay $900 a month in dues." That's a lot, by the way. But he says, "And I have insurance and I have everything." And I says, "Yeah, but wait for your big insurance loss. At that building, you're going to have an assessment." Here's why. With condos and townhomes, they're not renewing insurances, or if they are, the dues, the premiums are unbelievably high, or you have to accept a very high deductible. In other words, as a condo development. So let's say a condo development, they have insurance, but when it comes to the roof, they put a deductible on there of sometimes as much as $500,000, which is in essence no coverage. So you get a hailstorm there, whether you have a particular unit damage or not, it doesn't matter. You're in a collective community, and you end up having to pay what's called an assessment. Now, even if you have lost assessment coverage on your own personal coverage, it doesn't cover all of it. You're going to end up with a big bill. Now, there's another problem too. Some homeowners associations can't get insurance. So now they're going to each owner saying you're on your own. Brian Burns at Compass Insurance Group said, "Tom, we don't even have coverage to write for people in condos and townhomes for the outside of their home. It doesn't even exist, because usually with a condo or townhome, you write inside the home. Now, with a townhome, there are companies that, because there's a roof there on that townhome, that you could possibly get that covered. But in a condo, there's no prayer. If you have an 8-story building and you're on the 4th floor, try to get roof insurance. How are you going to do that? And what part of that roof is yours? So it's going to be a nightmare. And I've been writing about it and pissing people off. But I'm telling you right now, just write it down. I predicted the giant real estate recession when people were getting loans for 125% of value. And I'm going to predict this. The condo townhome insurance crisis will come to a head. It will be a major deal where people are going to be trying to dump their condos and townhomes, or the government must step in with a high risk pool for subsidized insurance for congregate living. That may be the only way to go in the future. In fact, they may have high-risk pools for hail belts like they do subsidized plans for floodplains, because it's getting to be that outrageous. Now we'll go to Paula. Okay, Paula. By the way, get your calls in, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Paula, what's new?
Not much. What's new with you?
Well, I'm helping you, and I hope I can. What is going on with you?
So my husband, I've actually talked to you before. My husband in early January was asked to help Mr. Richard Kubacki with a
So you
fix and flip.
you called in before, Paula. I have a call on you
Yes.
in January?
No, not in January. It's a couple years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. So
Yeah.
is this problem today about that one a couple years ago?
Yes, sir.
It's still going on. Okay, so explain it then. What happened? Your husband worked for somebody a couple years ago?
Mm-hmm. He, less than 24 hours after I called you, he was paid. My husband ended up going into business for himself, started his own company.
But
They
the
seem
problem
to
today, what's the problem today you're calling about?
The problem today is Mr. Richard Kubacki is not paying my husband
Is
money.
this the same
owed.
guy? Wait, this is the same guy he had trouble with years ago?
Yes.
Why the hell is he still doing stuff for him?
They mended fences. He seemed like he was doing everything.
What kind of work
could
did he
to
do
take-
for this Mr. whatever his name is? What kind of work did he do for Mr. Chewbacca?
Kubacki? He helped him with the fix and flip.
So he did some contracting?
Yeah, subcontracting. Yes.
What did he? Okay, now did Chewbacca own the house, or was he doing work for the seller?
He was. I believe he was. The way my husband explained it to me is he had an investor.
Okay.
They had a certain amount of time to get this house finished. They got it finished. The house is on the market. He
Okay,
paid my
so your
some of
husband
the
did
money.
work for a guy on a fix and flip and did not get paid. Okay, do you know that your husband can put a lien on that house?
He doesn't have the information, but yeah, he's aware.
Okay, hold on.
He can't-
When
he
when
can't
did
get
he
Richard-
complete? When did he complete the job?
The job was completed mid-January. He received a payment of $800 on January 31st. He's still owed about $1,100, and he's not hearing from Richard.
Okay, this is easy. Put a lien on that house. That's really, truly, that's the quickest thing he can do. Now, we don't mind calling for you, but he puts a lien on that house. He can go to small claims court as well. I don't see how this guy loses. They can't sell that. Did they sell the house already?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Put
I
a
asked
lien.
my husband
Does your
before
your husband is in business for himself, right? So he must know how to put a lien on a house, no?
I don't know. He's not home. He's at work. He's talked about it, but he doesn't have enough information
What do you mean not enough information?
about who the investor is.
He doesn't. I don't think he needs to know that. Hey, Kachina, see if you can get Frank Ball up. He's a collection attorney. Hold on a second. Let's try to get you some information step by step. I'll try to get that for you. Hold on. Don't hang up. We'll try to get you that information. I'm Tom Martino, proud to represent waterpros.net, who will give you the best water systems at the lowest prices. The triple filter reverse osmosis, $1,400 at the kitchen sink. Whole house filters to get rid of chemicals starting at $1,200. 303-862-5554.
Morning. Morning.
JFR, he broke out the mothballs.
Uh-oh.
Found a credit card somewhere
Did
in
he?
all the dust for pizza.
Boy, you're on the menu to pick on this morning, aren't you?
That sounds that way. So I tell you. Since we're on pizza, I'm offended how you eat your pizza, Tom.
Oh, no, get it any way you want, bro.
No, I'm talking about throwing away the crust.
Oh.
That's the best part of it.
It really is.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, you know what? I need to tell you about Keelan Park. If you're, I just realized what their name, why I can play on that name, Keelan Park. If you're about to keel over, you need Keelan Park for estate planning. Or no, before you keel over, get Keelan Park. Common spellings, by the way, Keelan Park with E's on the end. On a serious note, they're a law firm that does estate planning. And they're really good people because what they do is they look at your complete situation first. Then what they do is they go through what you need and make recommendations. Once they make recommendations to you, it's up to you to do whatever you want with them, and they will charge flat rates for the whole Monty or for part of it. But they're good people, especially if you're in business and you want to leave your business or sell your business or transition out of business, or you want to trust, you want to will. From simple to complex, 970-818-8198, lawkp.com. I hit it. It took a while. Was that next event just delayed?
Yeah, as far as people coming at you for your articles, they say if you don't have trolls, you're not doing it right.
My God in heaven. My morons are on. Hello, morons.
You're walking better, man. From the last time I saw you.
Getting there. Yeah, it's a process.
Mm-hmm.
It is really. It could be upwards of a year. To be considered complete.
Right.
It's just weird though, because it just keeps. If I don't stretch and do stuff like a bike and stuff like that, it gets really tight.
Yeah.
To where it's almost like breaking it again. It's weird. Not what I expected.
I discovered the row machine.
Yeah.
That's probably the best machine out there.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it does
that's a full
everything.
body.
Oh, it's amazing. And every time I get off, I mean, if I'm consistent, I feel so much better.
Kind of roll off and fall on the floor.
That too, but
years ago, I used to throw the shot put and discus in high school and college, and I got to work out with Al Order, who won 4 Olympics in a row.
Okay.
In discus, and he was he had a big custom rowing machine. That was the only thing he did.
Wow.
I tried to get on there, up there, I'm a big boy, get on there. I couldn't even move it.
Right. Yeah, with kind of like you, high school, grade school, college football.
Yeah.
We never did the row machine.
No, heck no.
You were ashamed if you did.
I never even saw one.
Right.
Yeah.
Jeff Vick mentioned he got 2 of those boxes that are advertised and claim to reduce energy consumption.
The ones you plug into the wall.
Have you done it yet?
Oh yeah, well, I got it. Like
Are
I
they
said,
saving money?
My electric bill has gone up by about 15 cents.
Okay, I'm going to talk about it.
Let's do its job.
My electric bill at that house is extremely consistent. I always know around where it's going to be. So, but
First of all, it's impossible to plug something in that can control your electric.
what they say is that it cleans up the energy.
Oh,
It's
bullshit.
dirty energy. I'm like, whatever. And like I said, I had just mentioned them. And
Some of the bullshit people fucking talk about.
somebody was just like, oh, well, hey, I finally got a Christmas gift idea, so I got them for Christmas. I'm like, well, got to plug them in. They're here.
Just want to make sure that I got Frank Ball, but he's actually on
I'm going to
line 6.
6. Okay, I'll get him on.
So just
Thank you, dear.
because of
I'll absolutely get him.
Here you
so
go.
I didn't want you to be confused.
Next door's already reacting to my article. You know what? I think people sometimes are jealous that they didn't come up with shit. They didn't warn people, or maybe I don't know.
I think most people are in denial. They don't want to know. Yeah, I think that was more accurate.
Oh, okay. Are you guys cool with that?
What's that?
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Rodney should be arrested from JFR Cars. Did he just order a bacon cheeseburger pizza?
I think that's what it was. Yeah.
God almighty, my mother would be rolling over in her grave. Bacon cheeseburger pizza. Well, okay.
Gotta have it.
Anyway, Paula, I got Frank Ball on. Frank is the man. He truly, he's a collection attorney. I don't want to belittle what he does. He's a major collection attorney in town. And Frank, I just want some simple advice. The job was completed in January. He didn't get paid. All he knows is the guy he worked for, the contractor he worked for, and he has his own company, but he doesn't know the owner or investor of the property. It's a fix and flip. He wants to get a lien on there before it's flipped. What does he do? Does he need to know? What does he need to know to put a lien on a place?
Well, liens are relatively straightforward. There's a form you fill out. You have to provide the information in terms of notice. And the problem with liens is if they flip right away, then they'll get paid. The problem with liens is a lien you have to perfect the lien. And the way you perfect the lien is by suing somebody and getting a judgment.
Right.
So,
but if he puts the lien on it, though, and it's for sale, I have a pretty good idea they're going to want to pay him, especially if they really owe him.
Oh, no disagreement there. If really it's going to be flipped quickly, then yes, then they'll get paid because there's a lien on the property.
What's on the form that he needs to know? What does he need to know to get that done?
It's just, you just have to put, I don't have the form in front of me.
No, I understand. But like you need to know you need to know the address, obviously. Do you need to know the actual owner of record?
Well, yeah, you just look it up.
Okay, see,
from the address who the owner is, and you give notice. I'd give notice to the contractor, the general, and I'd give notice to the owner of the property, and then the owner is going to say, "What the heck is going on? Why didn't you pay the sub? Why is the sub doing this to me?" And the problem is the owner probably paid the general, and the general obviously didn't pay the subcontractor.
Probably. Now, to look that up, Paula, if you have the address, you just go to those county. You can go to the online and find out who the owner is, or go to a title company. It's well worth the effort to do that. Now, if you want, we'll call the guy. I'll give it to Deputy Doc to call over right now to do that. Now, Frank,
I would appreciate it.
Frank, you bring up a good point, and I want to just go over that. And the good point is this: without perfecting it. So let's say it sits there for a while. When does a lien drop off if you don't do anything with it?
I think it's 6 months.
Okay.
You don't have a long period of time. I mean, the whole idea on these liens, mechanic liens, is there's notice, but there's no trial. It's not like a replevin action where you say I have a higher property interest in this vehicle and I want it back. There's no requirements. There's no trial. The court doesn't get involved. That's why it's a very short, limited time frame for people to turn it around. But if it doesn't happen, you actually have to sue and say, hey, you owe me the money. And then you have a problem because you're really not suing the owner of the property. You're suing the contractor, and that's the problem with general contractors is oftentimes they either go belly up or they change their names, and it's kind of a scam that people deal with all the time.
Well, Frank, I appreciate the information you're always willing to give us. And that's Frank Ball. And again, he does mostly commercial collections. But if you have a big collection, 303-629-7000. Listen, on this notion here, Paula, I don't want you to get discouraged. Kachina, let's have Deputy Doc call over to the guy It sounds like Chewbacca. I know his name wasn't really Chewbacca, but it sounds like that. And have him call Chewbacca and figure out what the hell's going on. And then, Paula, every contractor in the world needs to know how to file a lien. Otherwise, you really shouldn't be in business. And I think liens do get paid. I don't think anyone wants to keep a lien on their place, and especially if they want to sell it. Okay, 303-713-TALK. Brian's turn. Brian, what's happening with you? Hello, Brian. Kaiser, what's going on with Kaiser?
Yes, good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
Yes, man. What's happening?
Okay, so I've had issues with Kaiser now for the last 7 years.
You know, I think Kaiser is usually a pretty damn good company. What are some of your problems, man?
Yeah, some of the issues are, this goes back to a very serious car accident 7 years ago, totally dismissed by Kaiser, got help outside of Kaiser, ended up with about 6 months of physical therapy. A year and a half ago, I had a wellness exam with Kaiser. It's a Medicare prevention exam. No plan was put in place. I filed a 4-page complaint. Was reassigned.
No, wait. What was not put in place?
Yeah, so this is a wellness Medicare prevention plan.
No, I get it. So you're on Medicare.
That is correct.
So it's a Medicare Advantage plan, really, isn't it? Just a different kind.
Yes, it is. That's correct.
Okay. And let's get right to the problem. What is the problem?
So the problem is I have a good healthcare team, and that's why I stay with Kaiser. The problem is dealing with incompetence of member services and not being able to directly answer my questions.
Okay, that's what I'm asking you now. What is your question you're not getting answered? Tell me the issue.
So the two last issues, Tom, one was back in December, where I was denied vision eyewear benefits through my Medicare Advantage plan.
Got it.
I had to fight to get that. I finally had spoke with the director of optometry, a regional director, and that was resolved.
Well, I don't want to hear about what was resolved. I want to hear about your problem today. Are you just calling with general frustration in communication?
My question, Tom, for you is how do I navigate around Kaiser? Filing complaints with Kaiser through their case resolution specialist doesn't do any good. And nothing.
What is your current? No, I get what you're saying. It sounds like you're just frustrated with a lack of communication. What I'm going to ask you, though, is what do you want to complain about right now? Just the whole system and how they communicate, or what?
That is correct. The whole system of communication and not being able to resolve some issues that have been in the past, or it takes time to resolve.
In other words, every time something comes up, it's a major pain in the ass to get through to somebody. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, Tom. And to get the correct information. And here's just another example. I was given wrong information for a test for an ultrasound.
Yeah.
I called Kaiser. They fully admitted there's a mistake. They're trying to correct it. They never contacted me. I contacted the head of radiology, who had no idea that wrong tests were going out.
Okay, now here's what I'm going to tell you. There's probably, you're not going to love this, there's probably not a direct solution for what you're going through, because Kaiser's not the only one that has these issues with communication. Here's what's weird. With online access and everything that we have now, the interpersonal talking to and problem solving is going away. You try talking to, like, for example, UPS or eBay, or just pick a company. You can't. In fact, Frontier has no way to talk to them. It's frustrating. It's honest to God frustrating. I don't know if there's an answer. I really don't know if there's an answer other than, you know what? Here's what we can. Have you ever talked to the patient's advocate at Kaiser?
No, I have not.
Now, there's an ombudsman or patient advocate with almost every insurance company, and you've never actually tried to talk to them?
Not the patient advocate. I have some information on there's a Colorado insurance where I can file a complaint through them as well. but I've not spoken to a patient advocate. Now, is this part of Kaiser, Tom, or
Well,
is this
every single healthcare facility has a patient advocate. And let me think. I'm trying to find. It's really weird, man. You're not the only one. If you look online, there are so many complaints. But there's so many complaints about all health insurance. I mean, in fact, you can go anywhere and find complaints. I'm trying to find the patient advocate's number, and I'm live. It's hard to do that. Well, I'll peruse this but there absolutely is one. Okay. Have you called member services representative?
Oh, I've spoken to them numerous times, and I have filed over the last year and a half, probably 15 grievances. I've spoken to members. This is part of the problem. It's member service.
So, in other words, they never, ever address the problem, ever?
I get the total runaround, the complete runaround.
When you say runaround, give me a specific example of a runaround.
Absolutely. I'll give you an example. I had inquired why, when blood tests that are ordered through Kaiser don't appear on my website so I can see that they've been ordered.
See, these are things that you're never going to get an answer to. I don't know what to... Man, you know what? If anyone has an idea, you're asking about procedural things. If your blood test, you can't see the blood tests that were ordered online, right? Is that what your one complaint is?
Well, yes, but if I can just finish here, that was my complaint. But this went to a case resolution specialist who proceeded to tell me that my blood test had never been ordered. And they had been ordered. So then I get a call from the case resolution specialist asking me what the original grievance was for.
Okay. See, you know what? I don't know. I mean, I wish I could tell you. We're going to get to the bottom of this. Brian, I swear to God, I'm just being honest with you. There's no way to... let's see if Integra has a contact there. That's the best we can do. They probably don't. But let's ask Integra. That's the best we can do. See if they have a behind-the-scenes contact. We don't have an angel there, right? And I don't know if Mark and Suze are listening today. I know they're out on vacation. Sometimes they listen. I'd love to know if Mark has ever had to go through them and what he has done, because I know he has Kaiser.
We have Kaiser at our shop, too.
Have you ever had to resolve it?
I just went through everything with my knee and everything, 3 different doctors, a different hospital.
No problem.
Nothing. Zip.
I wonder if this guy I don't know. Jeez.
But, I mean, if you want to look for issues, there's delays, there's issues,
or maybe the Advantage plan is different.
Yep.
I don't blame this guy. I mean, but it's everyone's going to be frustrated with this kind of bullshit.
But a lot of what he's talking about, like the blood test being ordered, you just walk into the place and they just take you and you go. It's not, I don't know. I thought they're pretty slick.
They got a nice system. They're not very personal, though.
No, it's mechanical.
It's definitely
It is.
Probably the best mechanical system out there.
And there's some times that it takes, I think, too long to get in.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's everywhere.
Right. Do you go to the Lone Tree one?
It just depends on what I'm doing.
Okay.
'Cause I live right across the street practically from the one on Alameda in Lakewood.
Oh, okay.
And I've never been inside there. Because I see the one guy, dermatology guy that's down on Orchard, the 5555. That's Lone Tree, I think, down there.
Off of Holly?
East of Arapahoe?
Yeah, off of Holly.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is a company that, of course, a financial firm that advertises with us, and I'm a client. I make that very clear because I really do use them. And I use them because I had a bunch of elements for retirement, but not a real plan. My plan was I'll just draw down my savings, and that's the worst thing you can do. They showed me how to turn that into a sustainable nest egg for retirement. Also, where I was weak in insurance, where I was weak in long-term care, where I was weak in other planning, estate planning, and then they help coordinate all of that. In fact, if you want to know what they can do, the best thing you can do is call them and say, hey, here's my situation. What can you do? And all of that is free of charge. They'll meet with you as many times as it takes for you to be comfortable. And the number is 970-663-3211, 970-663-3211, rpcenter.com. The Art of Granite. They probably do business differently than any counter company you'll ever know because they do prices on the phone. Nobody does that. The reason Mitch Floria at the Art of Granite will give you a price is because it's a very simple way of doing business. All tear out and haul away is free. Plus, he does wholesale on all countertop materials. So he's really charging for fabrication and installation. Call for your price, 303-386-5919, 386-5919. Look at guys, look up there. Look at that truck.
Damn.
Jesus H. Is that the most amazing? How would you like to be that son of a bitch?
Not even a little.
Right. That's one of those. How did he get in that position?
Oh, somebody had to cut him off or something.
I'd like to know the guy that built that hitch.
No kidding. Yeah, that's what I can't.
That built the what?
The
Who
hitch.
built that hitch?
How was that thing hanging from that hitch?
I'm surprised.
Holy shit, you're
'Cause
right.
It's just a pin and a
They got the guy out though, right?
Yeah,
I
he's
think
already
that's
out.
him hanging there. Yeah.
Otherwise, he was fucking dead.
Where's this at?
Kentucky.
Louisville.
I'd be filming the shit out of that for a movie.
Yep.
Why stage it?
Well, he just missed the main support from that bridge too.
Mm-hmm.
Bacon cheeseburger, did I hear?
Yep.
Okay.
with ketchup and mustard. Yeah.
Pickles.
Pickles.
At least it ain't pineapple. Man.
You guys are all allowed to eat the crust.
What do you say?
You're just about to eat the crust.
Do you have Kaiser running?
I used to.
Did you? Yeah.
The wife changed jobs, so
Okay.
so went Kaiser.
Hey, surprise! More Americans take meds for mental health than ever.
Shocker.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're talking about the generation now that this started them all on the Ritalin and stuff.
Yeah.
You know?
No, true.
Right.
You got a generation that has to be medicated to wake up and go to sleep, and yeah.
It used to be, I had a teacher could demand this kid goes on Ritalin, I can't come back. And it's like, excuse me, you're not a doctor.
You're not far off, yeah. I was shocked when my kid was in there because they couldn't take ibuprofen or anything. They had to take it to the nurse.
Mm-hmm.
She opens the cabinet up, and it's like, are you kidding me? I mean, there's just bottle after bottle after bottle of Ritalin with kids' names on it.
Wow.
Half the school was on Ritalin.
It's mainly boys.
Yeah, exactly.
Mainly boys.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. So Steve is next. And Steve is precisely, by the way, one of the reasons I wrote that article. I mean, I've had several calls to the show, but Steve's friend, Brenda, called me, and I said, have Steve call the show because this is a crisis, and it is affecting many, many people. Steve, give your story, sir.
Yeah, hey, Tom. Thanks for taking my call today. I live in a HOA community of about 300 homeowners, and last year the community experienced hail damage in 1 month, and
it's basically a condominium community, meaning that's what the laws are, the condominium laws, right?
Correct.
Yeah,
as I understand it, correct. Yes.
Right.
So there was a hailstorm damages in later in the year, right at the very end of the year. The management company and the HOA board informed the entire community that the insurance contract, thank God, that the deductible covered all of the millions of dollars of damage, and they were going to replace roofs and windows.
But hold on a second. Hold on. So
okay.
They said that there was a deductible, but they had enough money to cover it.
Correct.
Okay, go ahead.
Then, and that was late in 2023. Then,
and the major hailstorm damaged not just the roof.
It damaged some windows and trim around windows as well.
Okay, go ahead.
And therefore, homeowners were feeling very comfortable. And then middle of February, 3 or 4 months later, we get a email. Homeowners all got an email from the board and the management company saying that, there is going to be an assessment up to and exceeding $20,000.
Yeah, that's what everyone's facing. So
yeah.
Now, I want to explain a couple things here, because while you think, and I'm not saying you, but collectively, some of the people may think, gotcha, they already told us they had enough money, now they're coming back. The fact that they told you they had enough money does not create an obligation for them or a contract. Okay? So that's the first thing you need to know. There was no contract. When they had a hailstorm, they went into their coffers, they probably read over their policy, and they probably concluded, no problem. They prematurely told the homeowners, no problem, we got enough money to cover the deductible, we're good. Then they come back, there's going to be a deductible. So the main thing I'm trying to bring out here, Steve, is the fact that they notified you they had enough, and now they're saying they don't. That doesn't really do anything for you. But let's say it did. I'm talking, by the way, for people who are listening, similar things have happened. You're not the only one. But Steve,
sure, no, I understand.
Go ahead.
I think the issue is with the assessment, homeowners are asking for documentation and more information, and mainly just
and they should get every penny of it. You're absolutely right. For example, if you do the math and you think, because I know Brenda, when she called me, said, hey, by the way, Brenda's a news person here, and I know, my wife and I know Brenda for years. So Brenda said, Tom, when you do the math, the money that man's paying just for his half of the duplex is about what it would cost if he went out and got a roof done. So where's the coverage? And here's what I said. You can't look at it that way. In a condominium community, it's the aggregate of all damage, and then it's divided indiscriminately. It doesn't matter how much damage you have. In fact, your building let's say your building had zero damage. Do you know you could still end up with an assessment?
Yes.
Okay,
that.
because you're in a collective community. Okay, so that dismisses the notion that $20,000 will get me a roof. However, When you multiply that $20,000, let's say, by every single owner, and the money just doesn't make sense, now you got to start asking questions. Like you're saying, wait a minute, what coverage do we have? Well, you see, it might be that they read their policy wrong, and it could, and you, by the way, they should be accountable to you for each and every penny. But it could be that there is no coverage for roofs. It could be. It could be that the deductible is so high on roofing you don't have coverage. But you bring up a good point. I want to get someone on who does the HOA forum. He's an expert in HOAs on how you get accountability. Hold on. Kachina, we need to get Stan the HOA man on. No, she's not. She's ordering some bastardized version of pizza. She's ordering fucking bacon cheeseburger on dough.
Aren't you glad you decided to pay?
Oh, yeah. Let's get some order in here. No more fish on pizza. Fish on pizza.
I grew up with anchovy pizza.
Really?
Oh, my grandfather loved that stuff.
That's the first time I've ever had it. Was here.
Really? Yeah.
Here.
Yep.
On the show. I'm thinking anchovies. That's in movies, isn't it?
They do exist.
Isn't there deductible insurance, Tom?
Yes, but it doesn't cover it all. I love Zero Res, and I'll tell you why. They have nothing to clean your carpets but beautiful, purified water. Softened, super softened, alkaline based, maybe an electrical charge. They do some hocus pocus to it, but I'll tell you what. When you see how it cleans, you'll think, oh, my God. And when you feel your carpets, you don't feel anything. They're like new. There's no dirt-attracting residue. That's why they call it Zero Res. The only ones I'll let in my house, ZeroResDenver.com. Always specials for Martino listeners starting at $33 a room. You got to call them, 303-471-5150. 303-471-5150. Your carpets stay clean longer. They dry faster. ZeroResDenver.com. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. I say that name every day on my show because I promote him. And why do I do it? Because I believe in him. You know, no paid advertiser can force me to say good things. In fact, they don't even get on the show unless I really know them and love them. And Frank Duran was one of the original sponsors, man. When he started doing real estate about 30 years ago, I had him on. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. If you want someone to buy or sell real estate with, you'll never find anyone better. 303-920-1622. Stan the HOA man.
Is it normal for an HOA to keep that much money available?
No. Oh, you asked. There's loss damage assessment coverage. So if you get a condo, you can buy loss damage assessment coverage. Sometimes it goes up to 20 grand, but you got to pay for it. No one has that much. Normally, when you buy it, you pay a few bucks and get a $2,000, $3,000 assessment coverage. That's not going to touch 22 grand, right?
Right.
So let's say you had a $20,000 assessment coverage. There's a little asterisk that says doesn't apply to roofs. That's right.
So you have no insurance, basically.
Right.
Because of Colorado.
Yeah.
We got a major problem here, folks. We got a major
I
problem.
just renewed my insurance. Yeah.
Are you in a condo?
My business insurance, because of the
Oh,
property
fuck.
stuff, it went up 40%.
Oh, wow.
Mine actually went down.
But is the property on it?
It was that box you bought that you plugged in.
Yeah.
It didn't do shit for electric, but it helped somehow
The
lowered.
liability and everything stayed the same.
You can do a commercial. When I plugged this in, my insurance went down. It would be truthful.
There you go.
And I bagged myself some spring turkey.
There you go. Can only hunt the Tom.
I love when you see commercials like that with no correlation.
What? They don't have that, but they do have bacon and meatballs, so that's what I got you.
Oh, okay.
So.
Did you get the second one? Whatever these guys really want. Okay.
Yeah. So we have to.
You'd have to go to a dumbass pizza joint.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Chuck E. Cheese.
Yeah, they got it over
That's
there.
That pizza's terrible, man. I mean, just walking into that place, the kids run around screaming. And fucking, it makes you want to take that little plastic knife and cut your own dick off.
There's only 2 times I wanted to kill myself. One was in there, and one was at Disney.
Yep.
With my kids. I'm going to tell you, I took my kids to Disney at the worst possible time. I took them a few times. But one time when I took them alone, no support, just me and the 2 kids, after my divorce, and I took them down to see my sisters, and then we went to Disney. It was when I was at the height of my back problems.
Oh,
the height of them. And listen to this. We parked, and I hadn't taken anything that day at all. And I had been taking 3 pain pills a day. And I left the pills in the fucking car, and we're on the shuttle going to the thing. It'd be like an hour to get back to the car, right? And that entire day, I had no pain relief, and I'm walking around, and I was like fucking miserable. Oh. Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Okay, now we're gonna get Stan the HOA man, Kachina. Let's get Stan the HOA man to talk to Steve. I want to find out. Jim's got a car question today. Today is car day. Jim wants to talk about a car lease. Go ahead, Jim. What's going on?
Hi, I'm into a car lease. About 2.5 years out of a 4-year lease.
Yes.
And
this was a lease on a new car, right?
It was not a brand new car. No, it was a loaner car from the dealership.
Okay, got it. So you're in your 2nd year of a 4-year lease.
Yeah, I'm in. Yeah.
Got it. So what's going on, man?
Well, I'm just wondering how difficult is it to get out of the lease?
It's not difficult, but I'm going to tell you it will never pay. And you got to listen to me when I say this. When I say never pay, I mean I don't care what they show you, it will never pay. Never, ever, ever, ever pay. Okay? You have a certain amount to pay on that lease. There's an early termination penalty. There's also, listen, here, when you do the math, you're going to end up paying the entire lease. So you're going to have to figure out how to get that over to a new car. And if you do it, most likely they're going to add it. They're not going to give you any value for the car itself. I'm telling you, the number one thing I say when people want to lease a car, the number one thing, there's nothing wrong with leasing a car at all. In fact, sometimes it's wise. You only pay for what you use. But here's the problem with a lease, okay? If you're not going to stay in the lease, you are screwed. The other one is if you're going to go substantially over the lease terms and conditions. Rodney, I don't want you to, you don't have to agree with me on this, but I say there's no way to get out of a lease. Have you gotten people out of leases where they at least truly don't lose money?
I have gotten people out.
Now tell me how.
It all depends on what you paid for the lease, the car on the,
well,
on the
obviously,
lease.
yes.
So you can get out of it that way, and sometimes you can just buy out of the lease from someone who wants to buy the car.
Yeah, but to buy out of the lease, you literally have to pay the remaining payments.
Well, if there's equity in the car, that's not the case. And right now, he said that was a used car lease. So that means he probably has equity in it.
I'll bet you he doesn't. But, Jim, you should have Rodney run the numbers. And I'd like to look at them. I'm just saying this, okay? I've never seen a deal. But, Rodney, I'd like you to explain it because I've understood that not. Hold on. Rodney, here's what I was told. I'm not told. I was shown. No matter how you look at what an early termination penalty is, it's all they
basically
do is add up all the payments, and you have to pay them.
Yep.
So if you had it for 2 years and you have to pay all 4 years of payments, What is the car worth? The car's worth more than the residual. You're right.
Mhm.
So if the car's worth substantially more than that residual, and you pay it all now, theoretically you should have some positive equity.
Right.
If you didn't overpay and all
Mhm.
that. But the way they fuck you is they don't apply that positive equity because people don't even know how.
There's
to
your answer right there.
Yep.
There's your answer. If you got a good dealer who will take that money that you have, there's right now the market is still high.
But you're like you paid out the ass for it.
That's because they don't understand the lease. But most cars today, it's overpriced anyway, and the value is so high, you can get out of a lease right now because of the equity and the value of the cars have gone up.
Even with 2 years left on the lease?
Well, if there's 2 years left, so he's already paid half of it right now.
Yeah.
So, and if it's a used car lease, it's probably a simple interest because it's
first
at a
of all,
credit
used car
union.
lease, I would think is the worst thing to do because why would you do a used car lease?
You're not paying. Your numbers are not based off of a brand new car and brand new money. You're based in off of a used car.
But you're still basing it off depreciation. So what the car's worth today and what it's going to be worth in 3 years or 4 years, it still has.
Right, but the depreciation is so great. So if you have a $40,000 car, and that car in 2 years has now dropped $10,000, you're now basing your lease off of the lower price.
No, that's right.
So,
but also it's going to be right. So, but if you take, for example, a new car, one of the best residual rates are 50%. So you take a new Mercedes, and it's worth 50% at the end of 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So let's say you buy that Mercedes with miles on it.
Mm-hmm.
If it has, if that lease was based on 12,000 a year, 48,000 miles, and you buy the car with 20, you're already more than half. I mean, you're halfway to that limit that they wanted to give you 50%. I'm just saying that you're going to pay less on the depreciation.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be financing less, but you're also going to get less at the end. And I think the gap, you're going to still have the same gap that you would with a new car.
Well, Tom, for example, if the car is worth $40,000, if you buy that car within the same year from a used car perspective, we're using the same money factors or the price of that car as if it was brand new. So the residual is much, much lower or actually higher than the value of the vehicle. Because the car is still worth, according to the Blue Book, $40,000 in the example. So that number still stays the same. Now you do have a hit for the miles, but the price of that car still remains the same.
Yeah, but you have that much less miles you can put on it.
The miles are still the same because the miles are based off what you signed for. So if you said the car,
but on a new car, a typical new car, if it's 12,000 a year, 4 years, 48,000 miles, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if it's a 50%, which is one of the better cars, so if it's 50%, but you already buy it with miles on it, the residual can't possibly stay this. I mean, you'd have to either put less miles on it, or the residual goes down.
But your baseline is still whatever the miles are at the time of the sale.
If you lease that that car for 4 years, okay, well it's going to go past the end of what that new lease would have been. It's going to go past it, so the residual has to go down.
Where they don't start it at zero, do they start it at 26,000?
They started at 26,000.
They start what at 26,000?
The lease. But I think it's the better of the deal because the depreciation. Because you've basically taken $10,000 now that you
would have made payments on, and
right,
now you're starting from there.
Exactly.
Right? But you're extending it further.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is you're still going to
3 years though. You're still doing a 3-year lease or a 4-year lease or a 2-year lease. So you're only in that car for X amount of time.
No,
that term is the same. I mean, the miles would be the same because you said, okay, I'm only going to do.
No, if you lease that car if it's new to 4 years and you lease it here, now you're going to be here when you turn it in for 4 years. It's not going to be there. It's going to be here. It's going to be a year out.
Right.
Then, okay.
Within the same year.
48,000 miles here, we're 50%. And you're going to literally put on 52,000 or 48, 58, 60,000. If you're going to have 60,000, of course it's going to be worth less than it was here. It's going to have 60,000 miles and a year older. So you're going to have, I know you're not going to have the new depreciation, but you're going to have more depreciation on the back end.
But that's all determined in the very beginning. You know the numbers are already there. So when you look at those numbers, they haven't changed.
I don't think your payment's going to be substantially lower.
Oh, I think it's the best way to do it because of the depreciation all day long. I got to just work it on paper for you so you can actually see it from the very beginning to the end.
If you have to pay all the payments, why the fuck are you terminating? Okay, if you have to pay all the payments, you better do the math. What is the car worth today? Add up all your payments. Let's just do it with that car.
Right.
Because that's going to tell him. And if he has to pay all the fucking payments to break even, why are you doing it?
Yeah, keep it. Yeah.
No, I get what you're saying, but some people want out of their lease,
They
right?
get tired of it.
They get tired of it. They don't like the car, and that's kind of the whole point.
I am totally a bad person to have cars because I get tired of them in 3 years. I get totally.
But in your case, it works out perfect because you don't have to pay all that money up front to buy the whole car, and you don't like it, right? So it works great for you.
I like leases, and for me, because now I don't drive a lot. It's a perfect thing for me. I can just turn in a car and get another one, and the monthly payment. Yeah, I mean, I should have leased. I should have. I have hardly any miles on this meter.
Oh, you didn't lease that?
I just pay. I pay cash for everything. I never leased a car. I should. That's what I'm saying. Because it's just dead money right now. I paid for that car that I'll never use.
See, here's the other hook of it. Most people go into a car lease and just pay whatever's on the sticker. People don't realize you can negotiate from that price.
Cap cost.
Yeah, you can negotiate. So that's the problem. People don't negotiate on the lease. I buy this car. That's the number. You work your numbers from the price of the car.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. What's going on in your life? This hour brought to you by 888heating.com. If you want high efficiency heating and air coming up for the cooling season, they can do that if you're looking for a replacement anyway. You're not going to pay substantially more, but it'll more than make up for it in the monthly savings with high efficiency from 888heating.com. Your high efficiency specialist, 303-770-2776, 770-2776. Welcome. So, listen, we're talking all kinds of things today. I want to get right to this, okay? We got Stan the HOA man. I'm going to, all of your calls, I haven't forgotten about any of you. Stan the HOA man. Stan, listen, the insurance crisis is hitting condo and HOAs and high deductibles and whatever, and people are being socked with giant assessments. My God, they have a hailstorm. They get a letter. They got to pay $20,000. Think about that. You've been hearing about it, right, Stan?
Absolutely.
Now, here's the deal. Steve says, look, it is what it is. If it turns out we have a giant deductible, if it turns out I need money to pony up, I need to do it. But he asks a very good question. How do we know? How do we know? So he's an owner, and Steve wants to know, how do I get accountability? Steve, have you or other owners asked for the breakdown?
Yeah. Well, first off, homeowners are asking for information, which would give us the breakdown, but just information. What was
they should have sent that with the assessment letter. They should have sent this. Here's how much damages we sustained. Here's how much the insurance is covering. Here's how much we need to cover. Here's how much it is per owner. They didn't do that in your assessment letter?
Yeah, the assessment letter has not been sent. They've only said that it's coming. It's going to be sent. But but homeowners are requesting what damage was done to which homes.
No,
Photos,
see,
pictures.
that is Steve, I'm going to tell you something. That truly is the wrong question to be asking. Can an HOA do that? I'll ask Stan if they're required to do that. But what your people don't understand is my home I'm not paying that much. I didn't have that much damage. It's not going to work that way. What people in condominium associations need to put out of their head is that they're only paying for their own unit. They're not. So if your owners want to know, we want to know each and every building and what was damaged on each and every building. It's not going to happen. At least I don't think it is. Stan, what would the HOA be required to show them?
Well, this gets a little complex. HOAs and management companies are notorious for billing homeowners without invoices. In fact, it happens every time.
Oh no, I'm not for that. But
Yeah.
what he's asking, he's asking for a detailed breakdown of where the damages are.
Right, and one of the main complaints is just what you're talking about. They give you the silent treatment. They don't give it to you. They say it's proprietary. This is not proprietary. It's not like you want to know the details of a bid or anything.
Now, they should be able to look at the insurance adjuster's report. They should be able to look at the contractor's report. But you can't expect the HOA or management company to make a separate spreadsheet showing each and every building and what's this and what's that.
And that's not what we're requesting, Tom. I'm sorry. We are just requesting for the two information on the OS. What was the insurance appraisal? What did the adjuster come back with?
Good.
And then what were the bids that were done?
And the
by
bids from the contractors, right? You want to look at the bids. Now, Stan, they should be able to hear all of that, right?
Yes, except if it's proprietary and it gives the details of the bid. But they should be able to see the bids that came in, yes. At a certain, the answer is yes.
Okay,
Try to get them.
What are they not doing? Or it sounds to me like they didn't even send out the assessment letter yet, Steve. So
that's correct. And so homeowners are wondering when that assessment letter comes, what do they do without any information or background?
Okay.
Of the things we just
First, let's hope they send out the assessment letter with that information on it.
Okay.
But do they have a meeting between now and when the letter will come out?
There is a upcoming board meeting.
When?
Next week.
Okay, Steve.
And the agenda, some of these things are on the agenda.
Steve,
but,
then
no
you need to get a contingency of homeowners, not to bitch and moan. I'm telling you, where homeowners go wrong, what they don't understand, they are the HOA. If they give the HOA trouble, they're giving themselves trouble. Now, what you don't want are kickbacks and cheating and underhandedness, hiring friends, inflating prices. That does happen, but probably not as much as we think it does, but it does happen. But you have every single right at that meeting, right, Stan, for them to ask for. They can actually see, they should duplicate the adjuster's report and the contractor's bid, right?
I have no problem. I think you are correct. Here's the problem. Let's say they go there and they make the request verbally, in writing, do things in writing. What happens when they say no? Or if they say yes but never deliver it, what does a homeowner do?
Okay, good. What do they do?
Okay.
What do they do?
Well, the answer is the same as about 90% of the HOA homeowner complaints. They have to go to court. They can use small claims court. There's a risk there. They could lose thousands of dollars if they don't win the case, okay? And they probably want to get their own lawyer. That's not the way to settle these. There is no oversight of the HOA or property management industry in this state. You have to go to court. And when you tell people that, they get this blank look on their face. They say, well, what about the HOA office that we have in the state? They have no investigative authority on any of this or can render decisions.
So you're telling me if an HOA wants to be crooked, a homeowner would have to spend the money to go after him.
That's 100% correct.
And then after that could be assessed with legal fees.
If they lose that case, you better be prepared to pay $5,000, $6,000, $10,000 of that court case, even if it's in small claims. Of the legal expenses,
Well, then here's what they need. They need to use the bylaws to attend meetings and get information, and information is not delivered. There's strength in numbers. They need to oust the board. That's what they have to do, or fire the management company. Stan, I don't care what you say. You don't need court to rally owners to oust a board.
You would be surprised how difficult it is because homeowners get intimidated by the current board. And we've been over this so many times. Just to get a signature on a recall is extremely difficult. I've had people who have been successful in it, and there were repercussions in it, but you're down to the end of the line about resolving this or getting the issue resolved.
Okay. Thank you for bringing reality to the situation, the HOA forum. What is your website, Stan?
Colorado HOA Forum. .com.
We need a board with more teeth at the state level to help homeowners. I'm serious, because they're little governments that are unregulated.
I agree. We have bills. We've gotten them through. We've gotten sponsors for the last, I don't know how many years. I've been at this for at least 8 years.
And they keep getting defeated, don't they?
Pardon me?
They keep getting defeated.
Defeated. They send lobbyists. One case they sent them from Virginia.
But here's what I want to know, Stan. And again, we are ruled and heavily ruled by Democrats. And I want to say this is one area where you would think Democrats would want this regulation. I'm serious. Democrats historically have been for this kind of regulation. They have been.
I agree. But you'd be surprised what happens down there. The Democrats don't even support their fellow constituents in the legislature. It's a crazy thing. We have 5 bills coming up this time on HOA reform, and one of them is two of them, property management licensing, trying to get that reenacted, and foreclosure reform. I can predict this real quickly with what you were referring to as these increases in special assessments.
Yes.
In your regular in insurance. These are not only, they're off the board, they're skyrocketing.
Yeah.
We are going to see by mid-year, I would be surprised if we didn't, a lot more foreclosures.
Oh, we're going to see a ton. I'm going to tell you, there is going to be a glut of townhomes and condos on the market, and values are going to plummet. Now, Steve, here's what you need to do. I'm hoping your board, is your board crazy, or do you think they're cooperative?
Homeowners here would say have not been cooperative.
Then you need to start, you need to start doing some legwork. You need to go to that meeting, get people there to demand information, and then go about trying to oust them. And another thing I didn't even get into, and I don't want to, are proxies and how proxies perpetuate the power, because some homeowners associations accept proxies, meaning that people who don't care give their right to vote to someone else. Sometimes you can have one person that carries the weight of almost a majority. One person, Steve. So
proxy hoarding.
Understand, Tom, we won't get into this, but this community has been through that recently, and as Stan alluded to, it's a very tough process.
It is a tough process. I'm telling you, I will never live in a condo association and townhome association again, ever. And well, I have an HOA where I'm not talking about that. They're single family homes. There's only so much they can do to screw with you because you have a home. But when you're talking about condos and townhomes, your entire life rests with them. And if you get a bunch of nuts, you're screwed. You're totally screwed. And I'm telling you, I will never, it is, in my opinion, it's not an investment. It's just a dressed up trailer park. That's what it has become, a dressed up trailer park. That's what condos are. I don't care how expensive they are. In fact, the more expensive they are, the more danger you have of your investment going to hell. Steve, I wish you the best. We did have to highlight this. I'm telling you, man, you won't get me in a fucking condo development. We got some bullshit going on.
Mm-hmm. We have a condo in Arizona, and I just don't know how in the heck that you can double the HOA.
Yeah.
I mean, not add 10%, 20%. They doubled it. There's nothing you can do. Just well, I guess.
Here's the thing, though. They have to have a budget you can look at and see why it's doubled.
Okay. Well, I'll look at that. I just don't. They just
tell you
said
why.
we're going to
Look,
assess this
somebody
every
just said,
month.
Why isn't this happening to homes? It is, but not to the extent, and here's why. When an insurance company insures something this close and this wide, with all that bullshit, they have more to lose than this and this and this and this and this, all those houses. It's all there. Genesis Total Exterior, speaking of storm damage, they can handle it all. From the roofing, soffits, fascia, siding, stucco, windows, doors, decks, painting, railings, outbuildings, Genesis TotalExteriors.com, a company I know and trust. I know the owner, Mark Szymanski. In fact, they do all home improvements as well. You will love the way they do business. They'll put it all on one invoice, one point of contact, one person to talk to your insurance, 303-679-8509, 679-8509. And the art of granite. You don't do better than that because you can call right now, get a price on the phone, whether it's going to be granite or any natural stone. They do them all, and man-made materials. Yes, all you have to do is call and say, here's what I'm interested in. What do you think? Mitch Ferlia would love to show you a showroom in Golden, but you don't have to go there to start. Get your price on the phone, 303-386-5919. Tear out and haul is always free, wholesale on all countertop materials, and they give you a free bathroom vanity with your kitchen, or you get a free kitchen sink, 303-386-5919.
Our HOA has just went up. Our HOA has to get approval by 3/4 vote by their homeowners.
See, and kind of that's silly too, because if the homeowners don't approve it, they're only fucking themselves. I mean, if it's truly an expense that went up, it's not like the HOA can make money. It's the HOA is you. Now, in my community, they can only do so much to fuck you. They're just taking care of a golf course and they're taking care of streets and all that. I mean, what I'm saying is they're not in your face about your house. They're not saying we can't do your roof unless you pay for it. You pay for your roof. But I don't mind HOAs. You know, I mean, look, I gotten, since I've been there, 3 letters from the HOA. Bullshit fucking letters. One was for a tree that they maintain. I had to remind them, oh, okay, you're in that section. Yeah, you're right. We do all the landscaping. The next one was, they had a photo. On the side of my house is stone, and there's a gate, and that's where garbage cans go. Then you wheel them out to the street. Somebody walking past my house could see the garbage can inside that thing because it wasn't down far enough. When I say could see it, I'm talking about saw green.
Looking through the slits.
A little picture. You had to walk and do this, and they could see it. So I moved it a little, and they said, no, it wasn't good. I literally have to wheel it to the end of the stone enclosure so you can't, no matter what you do, you can't fucking see, unless you get a periscope. I don't know. They might get one of those. But, so that was one. And then the next one was, Stephanie has a wreath for every season. These fucking idiots think wreaths are Christmas. They say you got to take care of Christmas. Stephanie says it's not. It's a fucking winter wreath, or a spring wreath, or a summer wreath. They won't let you. Nope.
Wow.
If it's a wreath, it's
a wreath equals Christmas. Yeah.
It's not. It was on the door. Yeah, outside of the door. You know,
my girlfriend does the same thing. She's got all kinds of.
There's dried flowers and shit.
Different colors, different Easter this. And,
Here's the thing, though. It's been there for 4 or 5 years. Different ones. And this is the first time we got a letter. So Stephanie says, once you get on their radar, fuck it. Now they're going to go by.
It's crazy.
I just take it down and put it up every other day just to.
This reminds me of the guy who had in the association.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-255. Back to Jim. Jim,
Yeah.
here's the best thing to do. Rodney and I were talking because really whether or not early termination works is if early termination works for you. So, what kind of car do you have?
It's a Mercedes.
What kind?
GLC.
What year? All of it. Tell me all of
It's
it.
a 22 GLC. And here's where
What
I think I
GLC?
might
What
have
number GLC?
300.
300 GLC. And it's a 300 GLC. And is it loaded?
It is not loaded. It's not totally loaded like I thought it was going to be. I bought it back when, or I leased it back when the pandemic had caused them to lay off people.
Okay, so
And-
listen to this. I need to know something else. How many miles on it today?
Well, I was just going to head out there to look. That's where I only drive less than 5,000 miles or so a year.
So let's say you have 10,000 miles on it. About that?
Okay.
I don't know. Or do you have 20? How many miles were on it when you bought it? It was a loaner.
It was about 7,500.
Okay, so let's say you have 20,000 miles on it. No?
Mm-hmm.
You got to tell me, but
Right.
we get a value on that. So let's say the value on that, Rodney, I don't know if you have that quickly, but if the value is X, then you multiply the remaining payments because you're going to end up paying the remaining payments. You're not going to get out of that. You're going to pay the remaining payments.
Was it through the credit union or was it through how did you guys do the lease?
It was through the Mercedes dealership.
Oh, it's a different game now.
Why is that?
Credit union has a simple lease program. So at any time in the lease, you can convert it to a loan where I don't know what Mercedes do. So I'm sure it's set
I'll
up
tell you
in
what
their
they do. You pay all the remaining payments. That's your early termination. You're not going to get out of it. They buy those cars for an investment. It is a guarantee to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the business. You're going to pay the remaining lease. How much is your payment each month?
$690.
Okay, $690. And how many payments do you have left?
Well, about 2.5 years, so that'd be 24, 30.
Okay, so you're going to have to pay $20,700. Now, if the car's worth $20,700, it's a wash. You walk away. If it's not, you got to kick in. If you have positive, you should get money back, but here's the other rub. Most dealers won't apply that money back. JFR Cars would, Rodney would, because he's honest. But you need to know before you go in what that car is worth, period. Because you're going to have a $20,700 bill to pay.
And also, if the dealership, one of the things that dealerships are doing now, they're controlling the lease. So you can't go in and break it unless they're in agreement with you breaking the list.
And the only time they're going to let you break it is if they make money on it.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Listen, my advice is how badly are you just tired of the car?
Yes.
Is that the bottom line? You're just tired of it.
I'm tired of it. I have a 690. I hardly drive at all. I have a $690 payment just sitting in the garage. And
You're not going to, okay, if what you want is to get rid of the payment, you might be able to do that. You might.
Yeah, give me a call. I'd love to look at the
that's
numbers.
if that's all you want, you just want to get rid of the payment. But if it's worth more, Rodney will be honest with you. You might be able to do it, but Jim, here's the deal, bro. That's different than if you were tired of it. If you were tired of it, I'd say, just grow up. I thought you were tired of it and want another car. You just want, you don't want the payment, right?
Well, my wife and I, we have two cars. We want to go down to just one car.
I got you, bro. Now, that's the most smart thing when you truly do want to get rid of it. That's going to be easier than if you wanted to get another car.
Right.
Because you're not. Did you put any money down when you did this?
No.
You're going to come out okay. I think you're going to come out okay. I was hoping that you didn't want to put it toward another car because then you're going to end up screwed. But let Rodney work it out and call us back. I really would like, Rodney, give him your phone number.
303-520-6839. And it is a 4MATIC, right?
Yes.
And again, I don't know your miles. I'm seeing that car is worth about $53,000.
Oh my God, this guy will come out way ahead.
Yeah. So if we're talking the same, we are talking a
300 GLC 2022.
The AMG package or no?
No, I don't. Do you have an AMG?
What's that?
Never mind. It's a special trim package. Hey, Chris, go out. I'm going to put you on hold. Go out and get the exact miles, okay?
44,000 if it's not a AMG.
Go out and get the exact miles. That's worth about 44. If you owe 27,
you're good.
Would you, if he wanted to get rid of that, are you guys in a position to write him a check to walk away, or would he put it for sale, or how would he do it?
Yeah, we would buy it. We just got to look at all the numbers and the fees and all of that, but we would definitely buy that car.
Jim, go out and get a number, man. Gabe's got an issue with a coolant leak. Go ahead, Gabe. What's going on?
Good morning, Mr. Martino.
Hey, man, what's happening?
I have a car issue over here.
Yeah.
First time calling in, and I would strongly recommend to give you a call, and lucky I was able to connect with Kelly.
Good.
It's a long story, but I try to be brief. You're welcome to interrupt.
You have a 2000. Here's what I want to know. You have a 2015 Jag. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
It's a Jaguar XJ, and what I'd like to also know is how many miles?
It's about 72,000.
Okay, so are you, and then when did you develop the oil leak? Or coolant leak? Coolant leak.
Yeah. I never had an experience with any oil leak at all. I get the car serviced.
Yeah, I meant the
regularly.
coolant leak. When did you get the coolant leak?
I suddenly had a coolant leak. It was December 30th.
Okay.
2023.
How
And,
bad is it?
Capitol-
How bad is the leak?
It basically dumped all the coolant, so it was severe enough to basically drop the coolant.
Wait. When you say drop the coolant, if you filled it up and went driving and you get to a destination, the coolant's gone?
This particular time, all of a sudden, I just dropped all the coolant. I don't know what. There's no damage.
Do you
or
see any
anything.
smoke or overheating?
Yeah. I pulled over immediately within like a half a mile and just.
That could be something very simple. That could be complicated. Hold on a sec. We're not going to answer right now, but hang on. One more question.
Yeah,
Do you have any kind of coolant in the oil? Is the oil pure?
I believe it is. Part of my challenge is getting the information from the mechanic about what the status and cost and so on and so forth is.
What do you mean? What mechanic?
The vehicle's at the mechanic, the dealership, if you will.
Oh, is it at the dealership?
Yes, sir. Yep, it's at the dealership. It has been there since January 2nd.
Well, there's no reason for that. I mean, what dealer is this?
It's the Jaguar dealership in Lakewood.
Okay. So hold on a sec. We'll figure this out coming up. What do you think, guys?
Well, as issues know, the coolant leak is with the Jaguar dealer.
Yeah. So, yeah, I mean, that could be a blown hose, but I mean, most likely the tanks have ruptured on the radiator.
But they shouldn't tell him. I mean, from
They should be able to
January
at least give
2nd,
him-
he should know what's wrong with
Yeah.
it by now.
Or an ETA or something, or yeah.
They may have told him when he dropped it off. I know a lot of dealers are saying it could be 3 or 4 months before we look at your car.
Isn't that crazy?
Isn't it?
Then you guys should be bursting at the seam.
Well, we just keep our schedule normal. I mean, we schedule about a week and a half out, and we just keep rolling cars.
I'm about 2 weeks right now.
Yeah.
And it fluctuates. Sometimes I get 4 or 5 weeks out.
Yeah.
But I have to pace the work because I know that thing's going to be sitting on my lift longer than it should.
A lot of things we can do that are quicker, so we'll get in and at least do an inspection.
Yeah.
And then reschedule or do something. So, but we don't just let it park for 2 months.
It's a Jag, though, guys.
He's right across the street from me, though. I can go walk over and look at it.
And it's a 15.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Is that the
I don't
Ford
know why
motor?
Hold on,
now?
guys. You know, K&H Home Solutions is one of the oldest home improvement companies in all of Colorado. And they do roofing and gutters and siding, windows, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for. And now bathroom remodels. Whether you want the whole shower area, you want to convert from that old ugly tub to a shower, or you want to do the toilet or the sink or the whole thing, K&H Home Solutions now doing that, and they're doing such a great job. They'd love to talk to you. All you have to do is give them a call, ask for their bathroom specials, 303-421-7100. They'll sit down with you and go over design, luxury, basic, whatever you want, they have. 303-421-7100, 303-421-7100. Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, will do a market analysis of your home today. All you have to do is call him, and if you want to know what is my house worth, what will it sell for, he takes into consideration all of the factors to come up with an accurate price for your neighborhood and your house. Then he'll even tell you what you can buy with the proceeds if you want, and none of that carries an obligation to list at all. So if you're curious, Frank would love to help you. 303-920-1622. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
Jaguar's weird too with their parts. We had one, we were looking for an oil pan for one, and they told us it was a week to 10 days out, and we got with Worldpac and we had it the next day. And it was in a Jaguar parts box. It wasn't an aftermarket. So Worldpac can get it overnighted, and Jaguar's 10 days. Exact same part.
How can that guy not know what an AMG is?
He only drives 5,000 miles a year.
Yeah.
That's that guy.
AMG's more the trim package, though, isn't it? Isn't it performance as well?
It can be both.
Is it?
It can be both. But
AMG,
it looks,
when it's trim, they don't call it AMG. They call it the AMG trim package.
Okay.
And you're not charged for the AMG. AMG is mostly performance. And it's a big fucking difference.
Yeah, it is.
Now it's a status thing.
had a guy who had the package on a BMW, and it had the M package cosmetically on, and he just swore up and down it had the motor.
Oh, but it didn't.
No, no. He was trying to scam me.
My wife has the AMG trim. The whole car looks just like an AMG, but it's not AMG.
Wow.
And it doesn't say AMG, but all the carbon, the wheels, the brake caliper, all of it looks, but the performance is just a pissy little whatever. It's a cute car, man.
Which one is it?
Huh?
Is it?
It's the I think it looks like a little sports car, but it's 4-door.
Okay.
Is it I think it's a 300 GLC.
Okay.
I think it is. I think it is. I got to see what that looks like. It doesn't look like an SUV. So does a GLC look like an
GLC? GLC.
I don't know. I gotta see.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like a GLC. I think it could be. No, but it's not an SUV. It's an SUV.
So it's a GS, maybe a
nice little
CL,
car.
maybe it's a CL.
It's a cool little car, man. It's a really cool little car.
Yeah, the AMG like quadruple the price of brakes and everything else on it though.
Yeah.
She used to have all little Mercedes SUVs, but she went with this car, and man, it's sharp looking, but there's nothing special about it. I mean, as far as performance.
You have to have good knees now to be in these little cars.
Crawl, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Why buy a truck?
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you. I see you guys pull up, with new Corvettes and stuff, and try to get out.
Didn't Rolly say they used to have they'd actually teach people how to get in and out of the Corvettes?
Yeah. You got to kind of like getting out of a waterbed kind of a thing. There's a trick.
Just me. It looks like she could have a little. It could be a little C-Class sedan. This is a little 4-door, really cute.
Mm-hmm.
A C4matic or a C. Yeah, it's a 300 4matic sedan. Hi, Tom Martino. You're a troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. ProBidEnergy.com for the solar systems that you want for $21,000, a complete system with battery backup. That's unbelievable, isn't it? $21,000. ProBidEnergy.com. All right, now let's continue here. Gabe, on this coolant leak, here's the deal. It's way more. If you're losing all the coolant like that, it could be way more involved than you think, but it could be very simple. It could just be a hose. I mean, it could just be what, guys? I mean,
does it pour out? If you're pouring it in, does it just fall straight down to the
like
ground?
when you had to pull over, Gabe, did you have a tow truck take it immediately?
Yeah, I called one immediately. They took about 10 hours to get a tow
So
truck.
you don't know. But there's no reason in the world it should be sitting there this long. No reason.
There's a lot of things going on in between, but I'd say that
Like
I
what?
didn't have any issues.
Have they ever looked at it and gave you any idea and given you any idea? I mean,
Not really. The issue began when I had it taken there, and then I was asking them what's wrong with it, and they said it's a coolant leak, and it looks like you have a severe crack, and you dumped a bunch of coolant.
oh my God! If they said a severe crack, they don't mean in the head.
the reservoir.
Oh,
It could be the reservoir, or it could be the tanks on the radiator.
Yeah,
they didn't say you have severe engine damage, did they?
No, they didn't say until, again, there's been a lot of exchanges, but now they're saying that's how I got that $19,500 quote. They're trying to tell me that I brought it for a coolant leak that I never could understand what.
Wait a minute. Whoa. Did you just say a $19,000 quote?
Yes, sir. $19,500 to get the car where it can drive out again. And I did not have.
No. Wait. Gabe. 19,000?
That's a new
Yes, sir. Isn't that crazy?
No. Hold on. What did they say is wrong with it, bro?
About a week ago, I finally got some more details.
Well, what do you mean more details? You got an estimate. What does the estimate say?
I'll read it to you. Let's see what I can find out.
Well, what are the items?
Carol, it doesn't. Tom, I have not received an itemized anything. I have no idea.
I'm going to tell you something. You need to get it out of there. First of all, the dealer's going to be 3 times as more expensive than anyone. You got to get it out of there. Have they done any work at all, Gabe?
They said I have not approved any work. I was inquiring about a coolant leak and understanding about that.
Are you positive you have not approved any work? Are you positive?
Yeah, I verbally approved a coolant fix if I knew what the cost was going to be, because when they send you, they have a portal system, so an online system that shows you abbreviated.
Gabe, you're way too uninvolved here. You need to get over there and get your car. I'm telling you. Okay. You're about to get bent over. There's nothing in the world that should cost $19,000 unless you're getting a complete new engine and maybe transmission along with it.
Right. Yeah, I don't believe any of it, which is why I was telling them that there's something going on here. I think that something very shady is going on.
You got to go get your car and take it to somewhere better. Okay, that's all I can tell you, man. You got to get your car. Do you work on Jags, Kevin?
Yeah, we do all the time. In fact, we're right across the street from the Jag dealer.
You're right across the
Yeah,
street.
I look out my window across Colfax.
Get it over across the street to Kevin. I'm telling you, get it over there right now. Sheridan Auto Tech. Get it the hell out of there.
Yeah, I appreciate it. They haven't told me any information. They're trying to hustle me. It's very clear.
Sheridan Auto Tech. What are you kidding me? You got a what could possibly be a $19,000 estimate?
Considering you can buy one for
10 grand.
Yeah,
Yeah.
18.9.
car.
Wait, did you know, Gabe? Did you know your whole car is worth less than that?
Yeah, I paid basically just over $20 for my car. It's in great condition. And they're telling me it's worth $80, and I've got to expect to pay at least that much, and that's a deal at $19,500.
Wait. They say it's worth what, Gabe?
$80,000.
Maybe they have your
Wait.
car confused with somebody
They
else's.
said that your 2015 Jaguar XJ is worth $80.
Yes.
No.
And
Sell
it's
it
in
to 'em.
emails and pictures and all this kind of stuff.
Wait,
Yeah,
it's worth $80,000.
That's what they say in their email to me.
Is that on a trade?
No, they're trying to, I think, price condition to try to get me to soften up on a $20,000 fix roughly when I took it in for a coolant leak, which I still don't have the basic details on.
How can they say?
They're-
How can they say that your car is worth $80,000? You have a
My
2015, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you tell them what you paid for it?
Yes. Then they came back and said something. I look at the emails right now, but basically they said that they, with the condition of the engine and stuff like this, that you might get a trade-in, wholesale trade-in of like $14,000 or something like that, $13,000. And then their repair price went down from $19,500 to $13,500.
Listen, man, these people. I don't know who owns this dealership. Who is it? Do we know? Who is it? Are they part of a group?
Stevenson. Who'd Stevenson sell to?
Well, get it the hell out of there. Gabe,
Okay, happy to do.
Sheridan Auto Tech's right across the street. Get it out of there.
Yeah, forget who it was. Stevenson sold out to this outfit.
Yeah, 2015 Jaguar.
There's the Frankenstein pizza.
Price range between $16,000 to $25,000.
And for a dealer, it's about 10 to 12.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what happened on that deal.
How can this guy be told?
Well, they're trying to get 20 grand out of him, so they got to make sure he thinks it's worth doing. Yeah. Wow.
It's got a severe crack. I think you're doing crack. You think I'm going to...
Frankenstein's here. Got it.
You guys will be ordering hamburger
guy laughed
pizza
when he
from this
dropped it
point
off.
on.
Yeah.
You got it. Don't thank me.
Don't thank you. Yeah.
LazyDays.com. That's Lazy Days RV, the RV authority. Whether you're trading in one, selling one, buying a new one, buying a used one, whatever it is, or getting repairs and maintenance, you get it all done at LazyDays.com. Several locations, including our friends at that beautiful new maintenance facility up north at exit 240 and I-25 along Frontage Road there on the east side. That used to be SentryRV.com, now Lazy Days of Denver at Longmont. Go see them. LazyDays.com. RKC Automotive. Today's car day, we've been talking about dependable auto repair facilities. Well, we love having RKC as part of the gang here. RKC Automotive. Ramondo and his team will do a courtesy inspection of your entire car every time you take it in, no matter what it's for, and there's no charge for that. He wants to make sure he keeps you as a customer for life, and you have no surprises. Great value, great prices on Evans, just west of Teon. Why don't you go see RKC Automotive? They're on Facebook as well. 720-749-3965. 720-749-3965.
Selling your home is such a big deal. You want to sell it fast, the most money, zero hassles, right? Hi, it's Marty Lenz, and this is why I always recommend Gay Ribble and Empower Home Team with Keller Williams. Gay and Empower Home Team continue to stay on top of the real estate market with multiple cash offers for their sellers. You can get the highest price with multiple cash offers in less than 24 hours, and Gay and Empower Home Team makes the process so easy. They eliminate all the stresses, the hassles that come with selling a home. Matthew and Heather came to Gay, needing a cash offer. She handled everything from staging to negotiation, giving them multiple offers before going to market and sold for over $100,000 more than their original cash offer. Call Gay and Empower Home Team now, 833-453-SOLD, 833-453-SOLD. Visit GayHasTheBuyers.com. That's Gay spelled G-A-Y-E, GayHasTheBuyers.com. Inspiration for action, and that's things that you've done. Behind the scenes, and it's time for us. Instituted by a kitchen bag, very faithful, winner the door. A little selling liquid kitchen bag, the basement, drum light, right way, only guaranteed, and if you're satisfactory, just give us a call. There's a phone right to you without a phone or cost quote. And constantly, ordering plywood repurposing, complete kitchen modeling, custom countertops, first-class bathroom renovation, top the line replacement windows and doors, or new living space in that unused basement. That's done right. For nearly 40 years now. Call us. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com. And ask about our paint finance. Kitchen, bath, counters, and floors, any basement, windows and doors. Have all work with picture right or done right. Our schedule is filling fast, so reserve your spot. drhi.com. Plus Euro Reds for whole house spring cleaning. Carpets, 3 rooms starting at $109, plus a free hallway and $75 off the cleaning. No dangerous soaps or chemicals. 303-471-5160. Zero Reds, Denver.com. For nearly 40 years now, kitchen, bath, counters, and floors, any basement, and windows and doors. Done right. Bank financing and significant cash discounts. You have our work will picture right in the done right. drhi.com or 800-362-8370. Slow drains lead to messy backups. Get help from Plumline Services. Just $93 or free. It's a plum crazy deal. If they can't clear your drains for
Thank you, Rod.
Got it.
Fannie Willis. So she may be taken off the case, or what? What do you think?
She should be.
She should be.
She hired her boyfriend, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they spent hundreds of thousands.
600,000 what he got
to go after. What justice? What do they think they're doing to help this country by going after Trump for millions of dollars? Like the Manhattan DA. He didn't serve any. She, I mean. Hi, Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, so Rita called yesterday and had her car towed, and she lives at Stone Cliff Apartments. And she said she did not know she was supposed to register her car. No one ever told her. And that was it. That's the whole argument. And we said, well, there has to be signs posted for sure about at least warning people, other people who don't live there. But then they also have to have noticed the people who live there in some way. Rita's calling back now. Rita, so what's going on with that? Did you do a follow-up? And didn't we give this to Deputy Doc to make some phone calls, Kachina? Okay, so what's going on now, Rita?
And my friend and I were driving around, and all of a sudden, all these signs.
All of a sudden, you mean they weren't there? They put up all the signs after you called us?
I have no idea because
Rita.
I don't pay attention.
Oh, okay. Okay, that's probably what it was. You weren't paying attention before, but after this problem happened, and I told you to look for the signs, you found them. Okay.
Yeah.
How many signs?
Before. There's one by the clubhouse, and I didn't count all the signs.
Okay, but there were a lot of them. So here's what I want to know.
Yeah.
You've lived there a year and never noticed those signs before?
No.
My goodness. So I don't think you're going to... How much did it cost you to get your car back?
$494.
Oh, my God. $494?
And 24 cents. I mean, 27.
Did you register it now?
Yes. A friend upstairs came down, and I thought they were talking about my disability placard. I had no idea they were talking about the car. And I kept saying, but the placard was in the window. And so, in the front windshield. And that's truly what I was thinking. And then a friend came down from upstairs, and she started to register it. She says, it's your car, not your placard.
Well, I'm sorry this happened to you, Rita. Thank you, though, for following that up for us. We do appreciate that, but yeah, there's not much you're going to be able to do. It's hard to make the argument, especially when there's a sign there. Chris, what's going on with T-Mobile? Hello, Chris. Welcome. What's happening?
Yes. I've been having some issues with T-Mobile. On, what was it, Saturday?
Yeah?
My wife's phone just died. Well, it didn't die. It just doesn't have any service. So I've been calling.
So the phone works, but there's no service whatsoever?
Correct.
Huh. What do you think's going on?
Well, so we called T-Mobile, and they said, well, your phone was reported as stolen.
Oh.
And it's blocked. Now, we did not report this phone. We have the phone in our possession.
Obviously, it was a mistake of some kind, right?
Correct. So they said, well, first they said, well, AT&T put a block on your phone. I'm like, well, how could that be? I don't have service with AT&T. Well, they're the ones that reported it. So we call AT&T. AT&T said, nope, we didn't do that. So then called T-Mobile again, and then they said, no, it's another company somewhere in the Caribbean. So we call this company, same thing. Like, no, we can't.
No, wait a minute. Why can't T-Mobile just turn it back on?
Because they said that a different carrier blocked the phone.
I've never heard of this happening before, ever. Wait a minute. Where did you buy those phones originally?
So that's the thing. I bought it brand new, and I don't remember it was through. I don't remember if it was through T-Mobile or the Apple Store. I'm pretty sure it was the Apple Store, which we also called the Apple tech support, and they said, nope, there's nothing we can do. So this happens.
So wait a minute. The
Saturday.
that iPhone will not work anymore. All of a sudden, one day it stops working, and everyone is telling you it was reported stolen.
Correct. So the phone works. I just cannot make any phone calls in or out.
Well, then it doesn't work.
Wi-Fi, I can sit. If I have a Wi-Fi, I'm able to send text and use the phone as normal.
So the EIN number has cooties. Now this is weird, and the phone store says we can't help you.
No one can help me. T-Mobile will not. I told them, give me a phone, give me a loaner. Nope. There's nothing we can do about it. You got to call. Now it's Xfinity.
Xfinity? Hold on a second. We'll come back. This is so weird.
He listed every phone company there is.
What the? See,
Is this a new scam?
Just all kinds of shit we get.
Yeah.
To what end?
Yeah, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand. You need to shut it down and just get a new phone. Start the process all over. And I'm not a big fan of T-Mobile right now since they bought Sprint. I love Sprint.
Yeah.
Yeah, but never had any problems. But now I just have all kinds of issues now. Oh, you don't eat the bread either, huh?
I might eat a little bit of the bones, but no, man, if I quit eating the bread and whatnot,
Mhm.
you know, quit eating pasta and stuff like that, and I dropped 45 pounds.
Really?
Mhm.
Wow. Just that easy, huh?
It's not always easy, man, because sometimes you get, it's like, man, I love freaking pasta.
Right,
I
right.
love pasta.
I'm not a big pasta, but I love the bread. You know what I mean? And to me, the bread is what makes the pizza. Yeah, the sauce is okay. Everybody has the same thing, but it's about the bread.
Super Tuesday, now just 4 days out. Despite trailing former President Trump, GOP presidential hopeful Nikki Haley says she's vowing to stay in the races.
She's not gonna.
She's raised $12 million just in the month of February.
It must be the money then. I don't know why she's staying in. I guess she's hoping that he gets locked up, huh?
I guess.
That's the only thing I can think of.
But said 30 to 40% is not a small number. Haley would not comment to staying in the race beyond Super Tuesday. Gotcha. ABC News, Washington. Crews in Texas are getting a break from the winds today, battling those wildfires, but it's still raging out of
I
control.
mean, seriously, it's got to be, at this point, almost impossible for her to get campaign donations.
Well, yeah, you just cut them and just burn the money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't understand what she's trying to prove, though.
I think the only thing I can think of, she's betting and hoping that he gets locked up and can't run for president. That's the only thing. And then she's the ideal candidate because she's the only one that's withstood the test of time.
Friends, family, and fans are remembering Craig Rowe, a former star linebacker for the University of Michigan, losing his battle with colon cancer. He was just 33. Rowe was diagnosed with stage 4 colon cancer last year. His death, part of a troubling trend. Colon cancer is now the deadliest cancer for men under age 50, and the second deadliest
Under
cancer
50?
for women under 50. Doctors say obesity and lifestyle can play a role. BBC's Andrea Fujii. It could be a historic sports weekend. Iowa basketball star Caitlin Clark needs just 18 points during Sunday's game to break the all-time NCAA.
Have you ever seen that girl play ball?
Who?
This Caitlin Clark from Iowa. She can shoot from anywhere in the court. I mean, kind of like Steph Curry does. Freaking unbelievable.
Sharing has never meant as much as it does now. We share the things we love most in life for the world to see. But what if we could actually do more with our
Well, I'm not a
sharing
huge
than just
basketball
our
fan,
lives?
but,
What if this sharing could be used to
you
make a
know,
difference?
I'll get into them around the playoffs and stuff like
Now
that.
is a place where we can put all that sharing to good use. The National MS Society is asking people to make a difference and share what they love with someone else who loves it too. Whether it's surfing, dancing, or whatever is important to you, we've created a place that'll help you get your experience out to the world. If you have a story, share it. If you have a solution, share that too. Join us at wearestronger.ms.org. Because together, we're stronger.
More goes into the story.
No money, no Jaguar. Yeah.
Planners are working on ideas to expand.
That's fine. They wouldn't get his number, but yeah, don't say it.
30,000 vehicles travel King's Boulevard every day.
That's all good.
EIA transportation planner Lisa Wynn tells Fox 31 they're considering numerous options.
Could we make this a carpool lane? If we added in dynamic tolling, what would that look like? What would the impacts be?
Another option is a bus-only lane. The Pena Boulevard master plan still has one more phase, the federal environmental portion, which takes 2 to 3 years. Then funding must be found to pay for the projects that are approved. Construction would take several additional years. The 20th anniversary of Denver Restaurant Week is underway and runs through March 10th.
60 participating restaurants offering unique multi-course menu options with core price points of $25, $35, $45, and $55. Go to DenverRestaurantWeek.com for all the details. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Some busy spots all throughout the Denver metro for this Friday noon commute. Lots of folks getting off at work early today. I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between 58th and Spear Boulevard. Just south of there, 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go and off-ramp to I-25 southbound. If you're heading to DIA this afternoon, I-70 eastbound, you can start seeing some congested traffic at about Havana all the way to Queens Boulevard as a result of 55 northbound. Some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-70 eastbound. Fox 31 at pinpoint weather, sunny skies, highs in the mid-60s today. Overnight low of 35. The current temperature in Denver 62 degrees. We do our impact traffic and weather. Mark Swan, 630 KL.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. This week we'll have the story of the American surgeon who escaped the Viet Cong. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
This past year, we've gone from the perfect conditions for spending money to the best conditions for saving it. And a Premier Members Credit Union, we can help you cultivate a green thumb for growing your own money into more money. With great rates of return from money market savings accounts and CDs, you can harvest the savings. Learn how to grow your own money with 5% APY on your first few $1,000. Premier Members Credit Union. Join us at becomepremier.com. Federally insured by the NCUA, membership eligibility required. This is your campus.
Hey, can you hear me? Should I be happy or sad that I have #1 seniority in the entire iHeart cluster in Denver? I've outlasted everyone in this building and beyond. That's hard to believe, man. #1 seniority, me. In all of Denver's iHeart. But I'm not even an employee.
We'll talk about it. Plus Twisted View, 630 K-How, Denver's talk station.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors for your garage door needs of all kinds, whether it be the door itself, any part of the door, or the opener. OneClearChoiceDoors.com, 720-370-3987. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. All of their prices fully disclosed on that website. Okay, today's car day. We have Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Autotech, Rod Greer, JFR Cars, Jeff Vick, Kimmer Transmission. We've been talking about all kinds of cars. Chiffon wants to talk about mail-in ballots. Chiffon, what is your comment on mail-in ballots? Go ahead.
Yeah, there is a problem with the envelopes. They have a punched out hole in them that shows if you're sending in a blue ballot or the orangish colored red ballot. And why did they have that? Why did they color it?
And now, okay, and why do they, what do those colors signify, by the way?
Blue is Democrat, and the orangish colored one is Republican.
Oh, and they have a window where they can see that color?
Yes, there's a punched out hole right in the envelope that anybody grabbing that envelope can see the either blue or orangish red that's on the side of the ballot.
Well, that's so they can know which ones to throw away.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know, actually. I'm just kidding. But, wow, I didn't realize that. Really? What do you think, Kevin?
Well, it's not for the election. It's just for the
primary.
Primary, yeah. So, I mean, they have to separate them into.
Well, okay, I can. That's for sorting that.
They have to sort
If it's for the primary, I can see that because then they put all the Democrats together and all the Republicans together.
Exactly. They're not running against each other. Yeah.
No, I understand that. Okay, Chiffon, thank you. You had me there for a minute there. Chris, back to your cell phone problem. Okay, so one day they wake up, the cell phone doesn't work. It's an iPhone. It's with T-Mobile.
Correct.
T-Mobile says it was reported stolen and the EIN number was flagged. So they said to call who to get it fixed?
Well, so that's the problem. So they've already referred 3 different networks, and nobody has been able to help
But you were always on T-Mobile with that phone, right?
Yes, for 2.5 years with the same phone.
And then all of a sudden it stopped working, and T-Mobile says it is reported stolen.
Correct. Which
obviously somebody
happen.
put the wrong number in there when they reported it stolen. So if that phone's reported stolen, what they won't let stolen phones operate, and I think that's a great system. But what I need to know is this: who did T-Mobile say to call to get it straightened out the very first time?
AT&T.
And AT&T, you called, and what did AT&T say? Why AT&T? Are you on T-Mobile? Is its own network, right? Or is it on? Or does it piggyback?
Correct.
No, it's its own network.
No, it's correct. They said that provider put a hole or a block on my phone. So I called them. I told them I don't have an account with you guys.
No, they put it by mistake on another phone and probably just miskeyed it or something.
Yes, but when I call AT&T, it's like, no, we don't have a block on your phone. So then I called T-Mobile again, and they say, oh, no, it's a different company, which is out of the States. So I called that company, and they said, no, we didn't do that. Last night, they're telling me, oh, it's Xfinity Mobile. So I call Xfinity Mobile, and they're like, no, we don't have a block on your phone.
Oh,
so
come on. It can't.
Frustrated.
This is stupid. Are you kidding me?
It is. It's
and you have a perfectly good phone that can't be used on a cell.
Correct. So I'm paying for no service since Saturday.
Does yours have, well, they obviously have to cancel that plan for you. But does your phone have a SIM card?
Yes. They redid the SIM card. The SIM card works because I tried on another phone, and it works. It's the phone that is blocked.
I don't know how that is possible, but T-Mobile did not report it. Does T-Mobile have a record of your EIN being with them from the beginning?
Yes, because they show the activation in 21.
Do you have anywhere? Do you have proof of the purchase of that phone anywhere?
I do not, because they did ask me for that. This is a 2.5-year-old phone.
Yeah, but I have proof of purchase of all my stuff.
Well, you're really good at it.
I mean it's not a big deal. It's an email. You didn't keep, or you don't have the box. You don't have anything, right?
No.
That would have done it right there. Right now, this is a first for me.
Blocked.
Huh?
Still blocked.
No, I know. What I'm saying is it's a first for me that somebody miscued a phone, so yours ends up not working. And unless you can prove you own it, and you would be able to with purchase stocks, if you know where you bought it, they may have the records of you buying it.
But they're not saying that. They're saying, well, we're escalating things and we're working on it. They're not saying, if you don't provide me with a receipt, we're not going to unblock it. They're not saying that. They're saying, we're working on it. Give us another 2 days. They keep telling me.
Who have you been talking to?
Things. Customer service at T-Mobile.
This is outrageous.
It is. It's stupid. They should be able to fix it.
I'm trying to think who we call to find out more information on this. I'm really trying to figure that out. Because
every time I call tech support, somebody else, somewhere in India or whatever, and it's just frustrating.
You mean that's who you've been talking to from T-Mobile is a call center?
Correct. I've asked to talk to somebody above them, and it's just impossible.
Wouldn't it be better off just going to a store and just taking a chance that somebody there has a brain?
Didn't you say you went to an Apple store?
Or T-Mobile store?
No, the Apple, it was purchased at the Apple store.
Did you go back to that store?
No, that was, I bought it two and a half years ago. I did go through the tech support, and they couldn't help me because they said, no, this is a network thing. The phone works. It's just blocked.
Okay. So when one carrier puts out a block, they all block it. Is that it?
The way they explained it to me is one carrier blocks it, and then basically the phone becomes unusable for phone calls.
I'm trying to think aloud here. I don't even know what to do. I'm trying to put in a question here.
Well, I'm baffled. Every time I call tech support, they ask me for all PIN numbers, information, names. I was asking them, how can somebody just put a block on a phone without notifying me, without any information?
Okay. What happens? What did they say?
They're like, we did send an information. And no, I never got an email or anything.
Okay. Here's what it says. Here's what it says.
Somebody made this by mistake.
Listen. I use ChatGPT, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
When a smartphone is reported stolen, the number, the electronic serial ESN number, or the IMEI number,
yeah,
and they are flagged in a database and unable to be used on carriers.
Correct.
When you report to the carrier, you give them the number. What is weird is this? What proof do they have? What if I just wanted to give them Kevin's number or Mark's number just to be a pain in the ass and say it was stolen? I mean, what follow-up do they have?
That's exactly the problem. And
then hold on, the carrier adds it to a blacklist, and it's shared among many countries.
Yes.
Once the phone is blacklisted, it cannot be activated.
Correct.
And it says it will not affect the phone's ability to connect to Wi-Fi or using it as a computing device, but it will never be able to be used for cellular data, making calls, or SMS.
Correct.
It has international cooperation, and it says police cooperation, and if the phone is recovered, the owner can request that it be removed from the blacklist. Okay, you must provide proof of purchase. That's what they're not telling you. That's not what I'm telling you. That's it right there. I'm telling you that's it right there in a nutshell. To unblock your phone, it says in the event the phone is recovered or was placed on the blacklist in error, you must provide proof of purchase. That's your problem.
Correct.
I would go to, guess what? I can go to Apple right now online and find out everything I've purchased from them. You can't do that? I don't know why. I can. Do you have a login?
Yes, I do.
Okay, there's a record of your purchase right there. And the EIN number it's not EIN, it's ESN. The ESN number would be there. Now,
okay,
who you call, though, I don't know. It says you.
Well,
go ahead.
The biggest problem is T-Mobile. You're right about all that. They do have a list that they share with everybody, but I've gotten 3 different carriers. That's the problem. every time I call a carrier, T-Mobile comes up with another carrier, which
yeah, but that's
ends up not
because
being
they
blocked.
probably don't even know. But it's not important that you know the carrier. It says your carrier has the ability to unblock that with proof of ownership.
That's not what they're telling me. T-Mobile.
Well,
they're
okay,
saying there's nothing
okay.
we
I
can
don't
do.
know what they're telling you, but I'll bet you this: if I had a phone and I had a contract with T-Mobile, and I had a an EIN number and I mean whatever ESN, I'd sue them in small claims court for the cost of that phone, and I'd get paid. But you don't have proof of ownership. I'm not going to repeat it again, man. Okay, you may not like the answer, but you need proof of ownership. Once you get that, if they will not unlock your phone, once you have proof that that ESN number is yours, then I will help you, and you'll file a small claim for the price of a new phone and get it. Okay? You will. Because first of all, they're not even going to show up. But if they do, they'll lose. They have a responsibility. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
If you're in love, you're invited to Williams Jewelers Bridal Fest.
Supposedly so they can tell that it's not empty.
Yeah, but she was concerned of different colors showing through the hole.
Well, they recommend that you use the instructions as a security sleeve when you put it in.
Yeah. Been here, bro?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sure.
I'm here all day.
Man, I love ChatGPT for some shit. Now, I won't do it for
anything
social.
Yeah.
Nothing social.
I get a kick out of some of the results people get.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
You
It's
know,
woke.
Well, with the black Nazi soldier.
The what?
Black Nazi soldier. Because they were so woke, they were trying to include everybody inclusively in every group. So they had an American Indian Viking.
An Asian founding father.
Yeah, things like that.
Okay.
That was Google's, yeah, AI. I don't know what they searched, but they started coming up with, they tried to be ethnic through every answer that they could.
Oh, wow.
So the guy searched something about Nazi soldiers, so they showed, a battalion of black Nazi soldiers, which, okay.
I'm thinking not.
Yeah, things like that.
They don't show how the Jewish general.
Exactly.
That's more realistic, though.
Especially with Hitler, Jesse Owens in the Olympics in Berlin. Did you watch
When he didn't acknowledge him in the Olympics? Is that what you're talking about?
They tried to do everything they could because his Aryan nation was getting his ass kicked by Jesse Owens.
Right. No, I know the story. Is that what I was saying? Yeah.
Yeah, things like the long jump, they had to put a separate thing for him to step on so they could call him a foul. So
it was ugly.
They changed things for some of the other guys that were he was competing against.
Right.
And Hitler stormed out of there when he won the 100-meter, I guess.
Yeah.
Kind of blew his whole theory out the window.
Right.
Blonde hair, blue eye.
Ignorance.
Yep. They still get quite a bit of snow up on the hill, aren't they, Jim?
Man, we're actually down for snowpack.
Is it?
Yeah, I think we've only got. I think the last I looked at it, we got like 120 inches for the season. So.
Hopefully it's springtime.
Huh?
Hopefully springtime.
I thought we had more snow this year.
In certain
areas, but like last year.
Where are you at? Where are you?
Cimarron. You know where Gunnison is?
Yeah.
You know where Montrose is?
Mm-hmm.
Smack dab in the middle.
You don't go home there every day, do you?
No.
Okay, just the weekend.
That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah, okay.
Okay.
So, no, I live over in Littleton.
Okay.
He just goes up there and play redneck.
Okay.
Ding, 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 ding. So, yeah, I've got a place over there. We're about 8 miles off of Highway 50 to the south.
Okay.
About almost 9,700 feet.
Well, you're up there a little bit, though.
So during the winter months, we can get within about 2 miles of the house, and then we have to snowmobile or take a track vehicle in.
Oh, wow. That's my favorite winter sport is snowmobiling.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
I need
his rig.
my
Quad with the tracks.
Oh, the quad?
Oh.
I literally got this, and the wife never would have said a word. God love her. I mean,
Mhm.
we'd get up there at 10 o'clock at night, and you're getting on the snowmobiles and having to trek up to the house. And I decided, you know what? I bet she'd be a lot happier in a cabin with a heater. So I got her.
My brother is a sledhead, we call him.
Oh, okay.
Psycho. You know, if he's not flying at 60 miles an hour over top of the snow somewhere, he's not happy.
Really? Oh, that's cool. Is that a Kawasaki?
Polaris.
Polaris, okay. Yeah.
You just put the tires on during the spring and summer months.
Right,
I was wondering, the tracks will wear out if you just tear up too much stuff.
As long as you have the
That's nice.
angle of attack right, then I mean, heck, you can drive them around for a few thousand miles on concrete. You'll be all right. But the biggest thing is if you don't adjust them so that your angle of attack is proper, you can wear them out fast.
Real fast, yeah.
That,
They don't
that's,
have a lifetime warranty on those ones? No.
is that about $500 a piece per?
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. DenverRegen.com is doing weight loss, semaglutide, compounded, $250 a month. Same stuff that's in Wegovy and Ozempic. And by the way, it's $250 a month with doctor visits and also all your injectables included and your drugs. Always check with your doctor before you go on a weight loss program. That's DenverRegen.com. All right. Now, Mike's got a power booster question here. A power brake booster. Is that like power brakes? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, vacuum booster.
Aren't they all power brakes nowadays?
Nowadays they are, yeah.
Okay, so what's your question, Mike? You have a 76 Ford Bronco?
Yep, a little square one.
Yeah.
Those are cool.
Yeah, I'm restoring it right now, and I've got a brake problem. I have an aftermarket disc rear brakes, and when I push and apply the brake, the calipers stay pushed in, and I literally have to use my foot to pull the pedal back out to release the calipers.
Now, why is that, man? Is there a leak somewhere? It's leaking down or what?
No leaks. Like I said, they're aftermarket disc brakes that we put on, and I was wondering if Kevin would know anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to start loosening things up and make sure it's not the caliper itself hanging up.
Mechanically, you mean?
Mechanically, yeah.
So normally that's under a pressure like hydraulic, right?
Correct.
So when you press it down, it wants to pop back.
Yes.
So what would make it not want to? A mechanical binding would seem like
Somewhere
the only.
either in the shaft, it's going in the master cylinder or booster. It could be out of adjustment there.
Could there be? Are there little flow valves that?
Well, there's a proportioning valve. Yeah, I mean that's the next thing. You just got to kind of work your way through and see where, if it's hydraulically holding it on or mechanically holding it on is what you have to differentiate first.
Does it pop right back out or does it come out slowly?
No, I push it in, and if I'm on a hill, it literally stays compressed, and I won't go. I got to take my foot and pull the brake pedal back out.
But when you pull it back out, does it come out smoothly or does it pop out?
Oh, yeah. Nope, comes out smoothly.
That sounds like a hydraulic problem, doesn't it?
It could be something in the master cylinder hanging up, yeah.
I don't know.
I called your shop, Kevin, and you guys don't work on these. Do you have anybody that you could refer me to an older vehicle like that?
Yeah, we can get you. And my guys, they shade away from the 70s cars because parts are just too hard to get. But yeah, we'll squeeze you in. I'll get your number and give you a call after the show.
Hey, Kachina, get his number for this 76. Yeah, it sounds, and there's no fluids leaking anywhere, right?
Not at all.
And do you have good pressure when you push it down, or is it mushy?
No, it's got good pressure. It's just like it needs a spring to pull the pedal back out. I'm not quite sure, but
by the way,
I know it's
that sounds silly, but have they ever on these older models? Did they ever use springs to pull?
They did on some, yeah.
I mean, could it be? But wow, okay. When you apply on hydraulic, you put the plunger is pushing the fluid through and collapsing or squeezing the caliper. Then when you stop pressing on it, could it be a bad plunger?
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. Is something hanging up because the pressure itself should be enough to push it back.
Okay.
Yes.
Mike, SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242, and then he'll get your number as well. A lot of calls today, and we welcome more. I got Dan coming up right now, and then Dan wants to talk about a starter. Anything on your mind. Now, it doesn't have to be car-related, of course. It could be anything you want. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Dan's got a starter issue. Dan, go ahead.
Yeah, Tom, I've got a 2004 Nissan Sentra, and it's been running just fine. But the other day I parked it to run into a store. I was in there 5 minutes, came back out, and it wouldn't start. I got plenty of battery. It turned over fine. But
okay, when you try to start it, do you hear a click? Do you hear a click, 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 click? What do you hear?
No, I hear the normal sound of the engine turning over. Yeah, but it's like there's not any fuel getting to it.
It's either fuel or spark. You got to differentiate. See which one. Could be something in the distributor not sparking. Injector's not firing.
Is that something that happens instantly? Because I parked it for 5 minutes and then it wouldn't start.
It's electrical. It's easy analogy. You go into a room one time and the light works. Next time you come in, it's off. It can happen that quick. Sure.
So it could be. What could it be that causes
I can go A to Z. There's probably 25 things it can be.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because it's just
without knowing if it's spark or fuel, and then you go down that road, whichever way you go there. So
yeah, and fuel filter in the tank, right?
Well, no, it's got an inline fuel filter, but that's not something that would happen like that. That wouldn't. You instantaneous failure is going to be something electrical typically.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the fuel pump, but not necessarily the fuel filter.
Fuel pump. Exactly.
If you're thinking fuel, I mean, you can just spray a little bit of starting fluid inside the air cleaner, just a little bit, doesn't take a whole lot, and then crank it. And if it tries to fire, then you're on the right place.
Yep.
If it's not, then you're most likely looking in the ignition system.
How long would it take you to find something like that if you pulled in? I mean, a lot of people don't want to leave a car for a week. I mean, on quick stuff like that, is it quick or not?
Any type of diag, we request the day, but typically an hour to an hour and a half tops.
Yeah, is there a good place I can take it to? I'm up in Broomfield.
Hands up there.
Hands-on Auto Tech at where they're in Hands-on Auto Tech. They're not far from you.
Is that
You're in Longmont area, I think. Is that far?
The problem is I'd have to tow it because I can't get it to start.
Oh, yeah, you can have to tow it anywhere you go. But
no matter what, you got it. And jumping it doesn't help because it's not an electrical issue.
Not a battery, yep.
No.
Well,
Longmont's about 30 miles from where I'm at.
Oh, crap. Man, that's too bad. Dan, I don't know of any mobile mechanics or anyone. I really don't. You can't get it started. If it's just going yin, 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 is that what he's saying? Then it's air or fuel or spark.
Or spark, exactly.
I mean, it's one of those. Dan, I mean, would AAA or other than AAA, are there mobile mechanics around anymore? God.
I don't know of any good ones. There was one that we used for a long time, and unfortunately he moved to Florida. Yeah.
Is that the one? Well, no. Yes, we had a diagnostic guy that did it. Norris, right?
Norris, but there was another one. He worked for me at one time and started his own mobile service.
Is Automotive MD still around? I don't think they're around either, are
Nope,
they?
they're gone.
Yep.
God, we used to have two good automotive diagnostic services. Now, they didn't necessarily do repairs, but good diagnostics. But if anyone knows a good mobile mechanics, man, that's something that I would never use a mobile mechanic for major stuff. But, man, there are dozens of times I can think of where people might need them here and there. Rodney at JFR, real quick here. We were talking about leasing versus buying. Really, the question is, why does anyone buy? If you think about it, if you lease the proper way, you're paying for just the time you're using that car, and you're turning it back, and you're walking away. And theoretically, that's the way a good lease should work out.
Yes, and this is a matter of level of,
and there's no cash invested,
right? And it's a lot. And my theory is, if this is a level of economics, is that if you buy a car, you hold it you pay it off, you try to pay it off in 3 years, and you take the remaining of 3 more years and have no more payments. And it's out-of-pocket expense is always better if the car is not too expensive.
And that's one thing we want to stress. Leasing versus buying. Leasing would always work if they didn't screw you on a lease. The problem with a lease is so few people understand it.
Right. And it's taking
that
advantage.
There's more ways to get screwed on it.
Exactly.
But if you truly get a good lease, there's nothing better.
Right.
And that means not overpaying on the acquisition.
Right.
And that means not paying too high of a money factor. And that means getting true credit if you buy down the cap cost with a trade or with a down payment. Right. Most of the time, you don't get credit for a down payment or a trade. They screw you on it.
Right. But cost-wise, out of pocket, it's always better if everything is
equal.
It's always better to buy because...
Wait, what do you mean it's always better to buy?
Well, if you need a $20,000 car and you pay $20,000 for it and you hold on, these cars will last over, most of these cars will do over 150,000 miles on it. So if you own that car for an additional 5 years,
yeah. But I'm talking about if you want to keep a new car.
Yeah. If you want to keep a new car, you'll be forever paying for a lease for the rest of your life.
But you won't have any heavy cash outlay.
Right.
In cash, because there is a cost of money if you paid outright for very few, most people finance anyway. So if you went finance versus lease, I think lease is smarter because you're not financing the whole amount. You're financing just the part you're using.
Exactly.
That's with a lease.
Right.
If you're paying cash, that's a different story. But then paying cash is a good value for somebody keeping a car. But it's not necessarily a good value if you want to keep trading because that money is tied up that could be doing other things. We have more coming right up.
But you're right, most people don't understand a lease.
They don't.
They think that it's almost like a rental.
Yeah. And again, if you can afford it, it's great. But if you can't, you're always forever in a payment plan.
Yep.
And that's what the manufacturers want. They love it.
You're saying with a lease.
With the lease. That keeps them always employed.
I know. But how many people, Rodney, buy a car and keep it?
Now, they say the average life of 3 years.
Seriously?
Even if you got a 5-year loan, the average, most people come back.
That's what I'm saying. So it's stupid. First of all, it's stupid. If finance versus lease, there's no question. You're financing the whole amount for no fucking reason, unless you're going to keep it. If you're going to keep it, finance it or buy it.
Right.
But I always say, I'm going to keep this one. I never fucking keep a car. Never.
No,
I
that's
never have.
right.
Why am I fooling myself? So I think that I should lease. Income later in life can be guaranteed with certain investment products if you do it the right way. Fixed indexed annuities that offer a guarantee could be an answer. It's not for everyone, But I want you to talk to Joe Chiano, certified financial planner, or his team, and he'll be honest with you. A guaranteed never to lose gain, a guarantee never to lose principal, and a guarantee to have income for life depending on how much it grows to. And whatever you leave on the table, if you die, your estate gets. I want you to find out more. 303-779-6600. 303-779-6600. All right, let's talk about the art of granite and countertops. Any countertop. I know the name says granite, but they do any kind. And the great thing about them is they will do it with a price on the phone. And that price won't change. So you got to give them accurate information like the number of square feet, maybe a pick or two. Call them and get your price. They'll tell you what they need. And whether it's granite or quartz or any kind of man-made material or natural stone, 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919.
I think a lease is perfect for those BMWs and Mercedes and stuff like that because you don't want anything to do with them after 3-4 years. The repairs and stuff.
Is she defending herself, Fanny?
No,
I don't think so. No,
they're trying to decide whether or not her testimony should hold, because they inappropriately went after Trump. Basically, used a bunch of the monies that were allocated for this trial, went on lavish vacations and everything else, lied on the stand, and so they're looking to disqualify her.
And
not
if they
helping
did,
her cause either.
Would
She's
they
not
just
helping
drop
her
the
cause.
case?
They should.
They should.
Yeah.
But then again, there should have been a stay on Trump paying his.
So that guy Bragg in Manhattan, he claimed, he basically went after Trump without a victim, without one bank complaining. The
That
banks
wasn't Bragg.
themselves-
That wasn't Bragg. Bragg is the one that's doing the other.
You're right.
Yeah.
Bragg's doing, the criminal one with the X-rated.
Yeah.
You're right. It was the woman,
yeah.
Lettuce or lettuce or
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah, yeah.
She's the one that campaigned about going after.
Yeah.
Show me the man, I'll show you the crime.
That's what she said. Yep. Now she's suing the cattle industry for farts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, Fanny also bragged about she was going to put Trump in jail.
Yeah.
She before
She ran her
yeah,
campaign on.
that's what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
So
yeah.
it was already predetermined
Yes.
even from the very beginning.
It's such a fucking joke.
Well, this shook up the building industry in New York. If everybody's looking at that like they could be next, and they're trying to tell them, don't worry, that was a
Do you
one-off.
understand that with all loans, every loan in history, when you submit a financial statement and you put up assets and liabilities, no one requires appraisals on those asset valuations. No one does. And bankers look at it and they loan accordingly. There's nothing that says they have to be valued or appraised.
Sure.
They're asking, it's a financial sheet. And I have a financial sheet, don't you?
Sure.
That you do yourself.
Yeah, equipment,
Put down
everything, yeah.
how many vehicles you own, what they're worth.
Yep.
K-How.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I want this comment on the 76 Bronco that the brakes would squeeze but not release. What do you think is going on, Byron?
He has a residual pressure valve. When you have a vehicle with drum brakes, a residual pressure valve in the master cylinder to keep a little bit of hydraulic pressure in the system. When you have disc brakes, you don't have a residual pressure valve in the system, and the calipers lets the piston come back just with the ring, the square ring that's in the caliper.
I think I know what he's saying. I mean, so you're saying with a disc they don't have that?
Right. Disc brake systems don't use a residual pressure valve in the master cylinder.
Why do the drums use it?
Because you need to keep a little bit of pressure in the hydraulic system all the time, because the springs are in there, and the springs would pull the shoes back in too far if you didn't have a residual pressure valve.
Okay, I didn't know that. And that residual pressure valve is sticking?
Well, it shouldn't be there where you have drums brake.
So when he converted it, he did not take it out of there.
He may or may not have, yeah.
That's right.
That's a pretty damn good idea. I hope he's listening.
I have an old Bronco. I converted the fronts to disc brakes, and you have to have a master cylinder that doesn't have a residual pressure valve where you have the disc brakes.
Do you have to change out the master cylinder, or can you just take out that valve?
Well, I changed out the master cylinder.
Yeah.
He might be able to just take the residual pressure valve out of his master cylinder.
Okay.
His Bronco probably came with disc brakes on the front in '76, and he converted the rear to disc brakes. Mine were all drum, and I converted the front to disc brakes years ago.
Wow. That is so cool. I love our audience. Thank you, Byron. Appreciate it. Hey, Mark, what's happening with you, Mark?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good, man. What's going on with CenturyLink?
Hey, I've had these guys. I've used their service, 10, 15 years, and I've always paid my bills by, I call
now,
up.
What do you have? What do you
whatever.
have with CenturyLink right now?
Just the internet.
Okay.
Just Wi-Fi, just the internet.
Got it. That's what I have. I love CenturyLink broadband. I love it. I dumped Comcast because they're so fast and good, CenturyLink. Anyway, keep going.
So it got to where I would call and say I need to pay my bill, and it didn't recognize my phone number. And I do not have any account numbers, and that was the only way I knew, so I wasn't able to pay. Eventually, it got turned off, which, I understand. So I got a different service. Now,
wait a minute. How long did you have CenturyLink?
Probably 15 years.
And of that 15 years, you did pay your bill sometimes, right?
No, I always paid my bill.
Well, what did you mean you couldn't pay your bill?
All of a sudden, when I would call, they ask you for your phone number.
I know that. You're right. It's frustrating. Right. Did you know that you have a phone number? Did you know you have a phone number assigned to you even though you're not using it?
I did have that at one point, and then they changed that and gave me my phone number back, my regular one.
Anyway, so what's going on now?
So they turned my service off, which I understand. So they're still sending me bills, and I'm still being charged monthly. And I try to call and say, just turn it off, but I can't talk to a person.
Wait a minute. Do you have the broadband service at your home?
I no longer do. It's turned off. I no longer use it.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking if it's there.
I have a router box.
Is it
Does that
working?
not answer you?
Is there a live signal? Do you have broadband?
No, that's why I say they turned me off 2 months ago.
Okay. Why are they still charging you if they turned you off?
I don't know, but I just get it on email.
Did they just turn you off, or did you cancel?
No, they just turned me off. I have not been able to cancel.
Why have you not been able to cancel?
I can't talk to a person. Today I called. Today I called, and the last thing that the computer said is, I need to get a hold of my provider. And I'm like, I don't know what that means. You are my provider, but it's a computer.
Whose modem is it?
It's mine.
Okay, so it's not theirs. And you're just telling me it's they turned it off, but it's impossible to stop your contract.
Right. And I don't really have a contract. Like I said, I've been using them, paying monthly.
I have a CenturyLink account online, and you can cancel right there.
I do not know my account number.
Well, you got to
guess would
get
be
it,
a
bro.
problem.
You got to find an old. I mean, I don't know what to tell you about that. Just like the other guy that said, I forget what the call was about. And I said, look, you got to get proof of ownership of your phone. He said, well, I don't know it. But I'm telling you, you go online to if you go just sign up as a new customer if you've never had online access and use all your old credentials. You will get online access, then you go in and cancel it. But that's how you cancel. I didn't realize when you said you couldn't cancel, can't talk to someone, you were not going online though, right?
I have looked online. All it shows is the last four numbers of my contract number. But
here's what I'm asking: do you have a CenturyLink login?
No.
Did you ever
but that's
have?
because I'm not so computer literate. Maybe I do, but that's why I've always paid by phone.
Okay, now I understand. Okay, well, there's good news for you. There is online access, okay? And what you need to do is get to it, okay? I hate to sound so blunt, but you need to get to your account. No. And it's not going to be that hard. You have a computer, right?
Sure.
Yeah. So if you go to the website, do you have your account number? Do you have any information on your old account?
No, that's just it. Because they don't. seem to use
Why
my
don't
phone
you
number.
have any information on your old account? Not an old email, nothing. You have nothing on your old account.
Nope.
Why?
Probably the length of time. I don't know. Like I said, I just have always paid it online, or by phone, I should say.
God Almighty! I mean,
I just need them to stop charging me.
No, I know that, man. I get it. I totally get it. And what I'm trying to tell you is how to do it. But you're telling me I can't do it. And then you're saying how do you even cancel if you call if they don't know your account number? You can't even cancel if you call. If you can't give them an account number, they don't know what to cancel.
Well, I know what you mean about the phone number that was really irrelevant. I used to have that, but I don't have that anymore because they stopped using it.
Okay. Hold on a second. Just hold on.
Why don't you just go into a CenturyLink store?
People haven't been audited enough. Once you get audited, you learn how to make files on everything.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Now, I have CenturyLink. Everything you ever want to fucking do is online.
Yeah. Just open a file in your email and save it all to the file. Yeah.
Enroll now.
Go into a CenturyLink store, make one of the little kids in there, fix it for you.
This is all I can tell him. If he doesn't go there, I don't know what the fuck to tell him.
No, because there's no information. Yeah. But these guys trying to get on the phone and talk to, like you said, Pakistan and try to get it figured out, it's not going to happen.
LazyDays.com will get you the RV Authority, which is, of course, Lazy Days RV. Now, here's what they have. New and used RVs of all kinds. Class A's, Class B's, Class C's. They have bumper pull trailers, tent pop-ups, whatever you want, they have. Fifth wheels are great. The new fifth wheels, they're giant, like motorhomes with a level floor. Listen, what you need to do is go visit them, and they have a great maintenance facility up at exit I-240, I-25 and 240. That's the Longmont exit. You take the frontage road on the east side. Used to be our friends at Century RV, now LazyDays.com.
20 to 40% off any true treadmill, elliptical, or exercise bike. Have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Everything in the store is on sale up to 50% off. You never regret buying quality. You always regret when you don't. That's why I made the smart move to invest in home fitness equipment with fitness galleries. It's a game changer. No more commuting to the gym. Now I work out with my family at home. Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic. No more crowded gyms. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro. Whatever suits you. And here's the textile play. Get your family involved. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, fitness gallery, and get started on your goals today. Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com. There's so much organic here. So many ripoffs, shoddy work, disappearing with down pages. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. I feel compelled to recommend Genesis Coding.
You guys keep busy, Rodney?
We are. Yeah, yeah. I lost my assistant, so I gotta. Yeah, I gotta work a little harder.
Gotta get my own coffee.
Yeah.
Why'd you lose your assistant?
He's a retired fireman, and he's mentally retired now. You know what I mean? He's been doing it. He's been working all of his life, and he wanted.
What did your assistant do for you?
He helps me locate cars. He does a lot of the financing. He can do it all. He's a good dude, but I think he's just getting older. You know what I mean? He's got 30 years as a fireman.
How many people are at JFR Cars like you?
At my location, 65.
65 people?
65 brokers.
65 different brokers?
Yeah.
You're that fucking big?
We got 3 locations. Yeah.
Who owns the place?
Jim Wright. Yeah. Oh yeah. He's a good dude. Real good. 3. One's a little satellite, but the 2 big ones are here and come.
65 brokers.
Right. And
Well, when we talk about JFR, do a lot of people get your shit? I'm sure people call there and
oh yeah,
or
a
do
lot
they
of people.
give them to you?
You know, that was a fight in the beginning. They were just.
Are you the one advertising the customers JFR?
I am.
Well, then they're getting a lot of your love.
They are. That was the big fight. And I said, dude, you're gonna have to send those calls to me.
So, if I were you, I'd have my own website and cell phone number. Then, even though you're working through them, otherwise, I can't tell you.
How can you spend advertising somebody else?
I can't tell you how many times I've been talking about the dealership.
Oh, it was a mess for a while. I'm getting it kind of cleared up, but the receptionist is the controller, right? So she's been passing it here. What are you doing? I'm paying for it. Yeah.
And they're obviously your leads?
Yeah.
You know how much we mentioned during the fucking week?
So they're trying to tighten that up, but I think I like your ideal better, so I get my own gift.
If you have just have a brochure site, it doesn't even have to be a lot,
Mm-hmm.
and you can get Rodney something, whatever, something easy.
Mm-hmm.
Have it just a landing page
Mm-hmm.
with your cell number and whatever.
Okay.
I mean, why should you ever? And then an email, and that's it. That's what you have. They can leave a message right there on the site.
Yeah, I'm hearing you. That's
Honestly,
the best way to go.
A WordPress site like that, you can do it in literally 15
JF Rodney.
Right. R stands for Rodney, right?
Or say Rod. We can think of something about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you didn't like JF Rodney?
No. How about this? You could do something like this. Tom recommend, or that's who recommends. Tom says, go Rod, or something.
Mm-hmm.
Go Rod.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, anything that'll just one page. And I'm telling you, if I had time, I swear to God, I could fucking do it for you. It's so easy to do a WordPress site with one URL.
Okay.
First. Hi, Tom Martino here. We are out of time this hour. We got another hour to go. So, Mark, hang on there. I'm going to do some research on CenturyLink. I know how you can sign up. It's not going to be brain damage. They'll even email you your account number. So Bear with us, okay? And we'll walk you through this. Plus, any calls, problems, complaints you have, give us a call at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255.
So they're saying that the average lease payment in the United States is $516. The average car purchase for a brand new car is $730.
You ever what? Average what?
The average car payment on a new car is $738.
Oh, my God!
Right. So if you did a lease for 20 years, and you know that's not impossible, people do leases for the rest of their lives. That's over, on a lease, that's over $157,000 in 20 years, okay? Now, if you purchase that same vehicle and you did a $738, it's about half of that, of $85,000.
Not if you keep buying new cars.
I'm saying, but this is basically saying if you just bought 2 new cars and held them for 5 years for the loan, 5 years unpaid, it would be half of the cost.
Well, yes, but that's the whole idea. People don't want to have a fucking car for 10 years.
Well, but I'm just saying, it's just so much money. It's just
I've said this to
20
people.
years just for a car note. I can't.
No. I agree with you that the smartest thing in the world would be to buy a car, pay it the fuck off, and keep it. It's always, but no one does it.
No, I'm hearing you, but I think it's so much better just to hang, even if you hung with that car for an additional 3 years.
100% agreement.
Right.
100% agreement. Okay, at my age, with what I make, I say, fuck it, I want a new car. I mean, I get bored. I shouldn't. It's even stupid. I'm just throwing money away. When I look, I can tell you the money, not just in, well, I don't have payments, but the money I throw away when I buy and sell. When you take that amount of money I lost and extrapolate it, I was making payments, big fucking time payments. I was, right? Because I lost that much. If you lose 10 grand in a year, you're making $1,000 a month payment, no matter whatever. You will lose money. And it's the dumbest thing in the world to do. And I wish I hated, I mean, I do hate cars in a way, but I get so bored with cars, and I shouldn't get bored with them. I really should just keep a car and be done with it. I should. Because you are so right.
Especially you get something you like. You know.
When I bought my kids new cars, that was the stipulation. 10 years, they got to keep it. They have to keep it. So my thought was, they got them at 16. It has to take them through high school and college, and they should be able to do that.
Kia and Hyundai. That's what I do. I sell
I have a
those
Hyundai
young.
for my daughter, but my son got the Model 3.
Okay.
He loves Tesla, and that'll last him. Now the batteries, I don't know what's going to happen. Maybe not 10 years. Maybe, I don't know. But I bought him a Model 3 just before that big fucking price drop.
Oh, they're dying now. They're dying. I mean,
Tesla in general?
The resale value, some banks won't even finance a Tesla.
Well, they can't repo them because of the value.
And you can't sell them.
Right. We have one that we bought.
Used Teslas, nobody wants to buy one.
I had a customer, I told him, you can't buy a new, I as a broker can't buy a new Tesla for a customer. But I bought that same Tesla with 3,000 miles in Michigan for half of the money. And she said she would not do it. I'm thinking, how can you not do it? It makes no sense, but she wanted a new car. That's the only thing that mattered. The car cost 60-something thousand. I could have bought that same Tesla with 3,000 miles in an auction, and it would have cost her $35,000.
Are you shitting me?
Not at all. Not at all. That's crazy. They don't hold their value.
I was looking at the Model X, you know, with the doors. The plaid Model X. They're so cool.
I kind of like the way they look. I don't think Tesla's a sexy car anyway. That's just not me. I'm just not a...
I'd probably get bored with a Tesla.
Until those numbers get up to 500 to 600 miles of charge, I won't be satisfied. I'd be, I just won't do it.
Yeah, but my Phillips go 300 miles.
Your what?
My fill-ups I get on my range, 300 miles.
Yeah, but I can stop anytime. You can stop anytime and get it filled up. You're spending the car that I was driving that was electric, I charge it up every night to get 60% charge on a Nissan.
You can get 90%.
You probably got a high speed charge on your house.
But he can get.
Is it a high speed charger?
It's just a 50 amp. I don't know if it's high speed.
Mm-hmm. Did you have to install it in the house?
Well, they happen to have.
Yeah.
Where his
Oh, okay. Well, that's the difference.
They
Yeah,
had
I don't
golf
have one.
carts there or something.
Yeah, I don't have that at my house,
So
but
it's on the wall.
yeah, but I can't get a
50
full
amps
charge
so fast.
overnight. So
Do you have an electric car then?
I can drive just about anything, and if I get caught up, I need a car. I'll just grab a car, and I drive, and I've been driving a little Nissan electric, and I just
The Leaf?
yeah, mm-hmm. And that one hurt me. I paid $20,000 for it, just for inventory. I'm one of the buyers there, and book said I was $7,000 back. Well, 4 months later, it's worth less than $15,000. True story.
All electric cars go down that fast?
I don't know about most. I don't know all of them, but I know the ones that we've had are hurting. Most of the Tesla, and we should have shut that down completely. We don't even want to mess with them. Now the hybrids, people love those.
Which is stupid because then I say either take the plunge or not, but why have both systems to fucking worry about?
You never have to worry about. You just
About maintenance wise, you got spark plugs and timing and bullshit, and then you have electric.
But I think it's that anxiousness to drive.
There's not a lot of anxiousness, Rodney.
I get anxious.
Let me tell
How
you
much time
something.
room? Oh my
You
God.
go to a high speed. You go to Park Meadows Mall and it's 15 minutes.
Yeah, but how many charging stations? You have to wait 3 cars deep in order to get a spot on the charging system?
No, now you don't.
No?
Hell, I've never waited once. Never. Myself.
Really?
Never.
Okay.
But he just plugs in overnight every night. That's what I would do. He never.
In Conway. It's a backdoor tax on firearm ownership, and it's designed to make it less desirable for you to own a gun to protect yourself. Colorado Take-A-Slature is at it again. We'll talk about it. Plus, Twisted View, 630 K-House, Denver's talk station.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. A word about Grossman Wellness Clinic. I am a patient, and I was a patient there, and then I got him to advertise with me because I believe in it. Okay, here's how it works, basically. I take supplements every day, right? Just some supplements. And then I have some prescription drugs, and they're all included in the program. And then he alters the supplements based on my blood work that I have every 3 months. There is absolutely no guesswork. So if you're high on something, low on something, you adjust it. And nothing can happen, almost nothing can happen in between those 3-month physicals and blood work that can go bad. And then I can text at any time. If you want to be part of this program or even are curious, okay, it's so cheap to find out. And it's only a few $100 a month for whatever program. But here's what he'll do. You give him a day, he says he'll give you a lifetime, but there's no obligation. You can go get an exam, blood work, and a consultation for $249. That alone is way cheap. And if you never go back, it's worth having that to know what you need. 303-233-4247, 233-4247, $249, GrossmanWellness.com. And I attribute that to, seriously, how good I feel. All right, Mark has an issue with CenturyLink. So, Mark, I went online as if I was a new customer or new to online. And what you do is you go to CenturyLink.com and you simply go sign in, and then you hit new to online, and then it takes you to set up my CenturyLink, and it wants to know your account number. But if you hit the little question mark after that, it says, "Give me, email me my account number if you don't have it." So then you just hit email me my account number link. You hit that link, and then it will email you your account number. And then you have your account number. And then you put in your account number and your zip code, and you have online access. Once online, you can cancel your account. That's it. Or you can extend or change your plan or do anything you want. So I can't make it any easier than that. You got to go to CenturyLink.com and just take your time and do it. I can't help you other than that. I just can't, because that's the way the system is.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. That's great.
But you must hit the one where you say new to CenturyLink online, and then it'll walk you through getting your own account login. Now, if you already have one, they might say, you already have an account. Then you just hit forgot password. But no matter what, you will get to it. And then you can do anything you need to do online. You can
I'll give it a shot.
You can even do the contact us and tell them that it was turned off 2 months ago and you shouldn't be charged for the past 2 months. And maybe they'll refund you that. Although technically, I don't think you canceled. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. I'm going to tell you, he's not the only one. It's hard to get lost in today's world. Customer service, there is no, I don't know how many people maintain true phone support anymore. It's getting to be impossible. So anyway, we were talking about, and we continue talking about, leasing versus buying. And I don't want to give people the wrong impression. If you want to look at all forms of car ownership, the very best form of car ownership would be not to have a loan and to pay for a car and keep it at least twice as long as the loan. Okay? That's really, so if you had a 5-year loan, keep it 10 years, a 4-year loan, keep it 8 years, 3-year loan, keep it 6 years, if you could. Then you truly get value for your money. But if you finance a car and don't keep it for the life of the loan, you're almost always dealing with negative equity, almost always. If you lease a car and don't keep it the life of the lease, you're almost always dealing with negative equity. If you had to compare leasing with buying is better if you keep the car, and keeping the car is the best value, and then getting rid of it. But no one does that. If you want to change cars more frequently, if you like cars, then leasing is an excellent way to go. If you, so long as you don't overpay for a lease. I once mentioned that there's more ways to get screwed in a lease, and I'll tell you why. But here's the benefit of leasing. If you go and you are looking at an apple pie and you don't want that whole apple pie because you can only eat half of it, and it's going to take you a few years to eat half of it, why should you pay for the whole pie? With a lease, you're only paying for the part of the pie that you're eating. With a lease, you're only paying for the part of the car that you're using, with the idea that at the end of the lease, you give back the unused portion of the car. That's called the residual value. If you don't overpay for that apple pie, it's a great system. Here's why. You buy the leasing company buys that car and then cuts off a slice. And you say, I want a slice of 10,000 miles a year, or I want a slice of 12,000 miles a year, or $15,000 a year, then you promise to give it back at the end of 4 years, let's say, with 48,000 miles on it. And they promise that it's going to be worth a certain amount, and you walk away. In some leases, if it's worth more than the prediction, you get to sell it and keep the extra money. In some leases, you can't do that. They guarantee to take it, and you guarantee to let them. But in some cases, you have the choice. Either turn it back or sell it. When you have the choice, Rodney, what's that called? Open end or closed end?
It's a closed end lease.
So when you have the choice, it's closed.
Mm-hmm.
When it's open, what does that mean? That means what? That
It
you
means
have to turn it in?
You have to turn it in, and you can't purchase it.
Okay.
You have to go through the dealership.
Okay.
And the other thing I want to add to what you were saying is another benefit is if by chance that car gets hailed on in the 3 years of the lease that you have, and it's not exactly right, or if you had an accident,
right,
you're guaranteed that amount of money that was in your contract on the lease when you turn it in, so you can walk away.
Wait a minute. That residual, that residual, they can't say, well, you had hail, it's worth less? No.
That's a part of your contract.
They can't hold that against you.
They cannot hold
They
that
can
against
only hold against you excessive miles and abuse.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And hail is not considered abuse or that kind of thing.
No, nor is an accident.
Okay,
you have
good.
to get it fixed, though. That's
No,
a part
obviously,
of it.
yeah. So now, here's the other thing. So when you use the part of your car you're using, when you use it, then you give it back, then you get another car. So that's the whole idea, is to pay for the amount of car you're using. That's what a lease is. So if a car is worth $100,000, but it's going to be worth $50,000 at the end of your lease, you're in essence financing $50,000.
Right.
Okay? Whereas if you bought it, you're financing $100,000. With a lease, the only way you can be upside down is by going over the mileage or abusing the car. Then you may have to kick in money at the end. Normally, you don't kick in money. You can simply pick up another lease on another car. And this is where Rodney says, if you bought it and kept it, you won't have the continuing payment. And I understand that part. But if you want newer cars all the time, you don't mind having that continuing payment as long as you don't have a big chunk of cash out at any one time. So leasing is that option. Now, Rodney, here's what I want to know. I've never done an analysis, but if I did a lease what is the best frequency? 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? I think 5 years is useless because, I don't know, you're just extending it for no reason. What is the best term for a lease? 3 to 4 years, 4 years?
I say 2 to 3.
Really? Why is that?
Just because you're in and out, if you're that type that
okay, 3 years would be good.
Yeah,
3 years. And you'd be financing very little depreciation. Well, no, most depreciation is in the first 3 years.
Right. But the hook is most of the leases that are out there are based on 3 years.
Okay, so if you did a 3-year lease, what I'd like to know is, what do you think are the chances of you can't keep a level payment if you want to get into another car. It's going to always be more, isn't it? Your payment's always going to go up a little every 3 years, right? There's no way you're going to be able to keep a level payment.
I think the only variable that will change that is inflation or economic.
So in other words, as the price of cars go up, your payment's going to go up.
Right.
So for a little more money a month, you get to pick up a new car every 3 years.
Mm-hmm. And then again, we've talked about this, or you can do a used car lease. And then
I don't know, but I just don't see the benefit. I still can't mentally get my head around a used car lease. I mean, you can. I don't know why. Because if you're financing the depreciation and you have a car that's 2 years old, most of the depreciation already took place. So what are you financing?
Let's give you a good example. I was just talking to my partners here. The lease that we were just talking about, I'm showing them cars that the Tesla has dropped down about 50%. Now, what if you bought that on a lease, on a used car lease that has just dropped down 50%, and you're doing a lease on a brand new car?
50% in how long? How old?
2000. These are 2003s. 23, excuse me.
23.
Right.
A 23 has gone down
almost 50%.
Are you crapping me?
No.
So from wait a minute. You mean if you bought a Tesla last year, it's worth half?
Almost half, right.
Now you put that on a lease, your payment would be pretty low.
Oh my goodness. I mean, they'll do that for 3 years. You basically put down $30,000 to put down on a lease to bring down your payments. You don't have to do that
by waiting.
By just getting that.
But how
car.
many miles on those cars?
I use the variable of anything under 10,000 miles. So this one has 34,000.
Wait, do Teslas depreciate that much?
Sorry,
they are.
do.
So Mark's Model S that he bought is worth about half, for sure.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
And hence why a lot of. But can you imagine the bank financing all of these cars and they bellied up? The bank is upside down now on cars that they didn't.
Well,
choose
are
to
banks
buy.
sorry? Are they pulling back from Teslas?
They are.
Well, Tesla has its own finance company too, right?
You know, I don't know. I can't speak to that. I'm sure they do, though. Why wouldn't you? That's a lot of money.
Anyway, we got more coming right up.
It's amazing.
2023 was 6,300 miles for 32.
A Model S? No.
This is a 3.
Okay. Okay.
But still 32.
Yeah. And that's not 32. No, this is what the auction says it's worth is 25.
It's 25. That's
this
still,
dealer is just saying, hey, I want to get it off my lot.
That's his bid number.
Right.
I
we
thought
can.
That's where they were going.
Right. So we can actually put cars that are on our lot and give it to Manheim. But if you just go straight to Manheim.
Hold on. RKC Automotive for maintenance and repairs, including electrical, old cars, new cars, foreign, domestic. On Evans, west of Tejon, you can find RKC Automotive also on Facebook or on referrallist.com if you're looking for them. Good place to go. Raimondo is a good, honest guy with great value, great prices. He does a courtesy inspection from top to bottom, front to back on every car, courtesy, when you take it in for any kind of repair. And he's at 720-749-3965, RKC Automotive. My wife called. Let's see what the hell she wanted. As long as I'm not in trouble, that's all I care about.
50-50 shot.
So the prosecutor is saying it's just an attempt to harass and embarrass the DA by Trump.
So he's not denying any of it happened, just that that's his motive.
I wonder how they're going to rule on this, if she's going to be disqualified. I wonder why are the fucking Supreme Court's going, man? When is the Supreme Court going to come out? With Trump?
Trump. I know.
Yeah.
I haven't heard any word on it.
Every time Ronnie comes around, I want to buy a new car.
That's what we want to hear. Well, this guy wants.
Yeah.
I can't believe what that goddamn fucking X7 depreciated to. That piece of shit.
Well, the S Plaid is 79.
What? A Plaid what? Which one?
That's your Model S.
The S Plaid.
Yeah.
How many miles? What year?
This one's a 23.
And how? Okay. And what? How many miles?
There's only 3 of them out there.
How many miles?
Hang on, let me see. This one is.
I'm going to tell you how much I had one for. I had money down. I was going to pick it up.
This one has 1,700 miles on it.
Okay. That car, I had that car. Was white and tobacco interior. Okay. $135,000. What is it worth there?
79.
Are you kidding me?
Well,
There's that much? I don't.
it was one when I put a bid on, not put a bid. I ordered one. 135. Or 132.8 or something. I don't know. Wow. With tax and shit, it would have been a 135.
So it's almost half again, yeah.
Oh my God.
That hurts.
Man, you should buy a used Tesla. Jesus Christ.
It makes sense, you know, if you're that guy. Yeah. I'm going to check out the Hummer since you're looking at the.
I am so tired of fucking cars. I hate cars.
Too much information on that.
I hate fucking cars.
That's I drive, you know, and I like my pickup, but it's 12 years old.
I got a love-hate.
Yeah.
Just like fucking airplane, I got a love-hate relationship with them. You know, you hate the fucking trouble they cause, and then, you know, I know as soon as I sell out, I'm gonna say, why the fuck they sell out? I'm just so pissed. I don't know.
But I see them every day, all day, and I just.
I know. You
used
know,
to be.
You guys, you know, like Rolly, he used to drive an old fucking Chevy pickup.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're around him all the time, you don't give a shit.
No. Nothing excites you.
Just another car.
That's it.
Now the Hummer EV, it actually holds its value for whatever reason.
Do they look cool?
Pretty nice.
It's like the old saying says, if it's got tits or tires, it's trouble.
Man, if I was one of these fucking people that bought that son of a bitch, these G-Wagons with 150,000 surcharge.
Yeah.
Hello, honey.
But that's brand new. I think, aren't they about 105, 110? I haven't had the honor of.
I thought no, I didn't. I thought that you were telling me they're not coming.
Oh, this is brand new then, huh? Yeah, okay, that's brand new.
Okay, I will.
So he's having a hard time
honey,
selling
is
it,
everything
so
good?
he's putting it at the auction. I'm kind of curious what he's doing.
Love you, honey. See ya. You know what? This is another thing that pisses me off. Okay, here's a G-Wagon, a 2024. Those sons of bitches, it says 184. It's not 184. When you call, they say, oh, we add 100 to that. They pieces of shit. They put the MSRP up there. That's what fucking sucks on that.
There's that much for a premium on those?
150 on some. Yep. Well, who in their right mind? Who in their right mind would ever pay that? Ever?
Fiduciary Advisors, TrajanWealth.com. 630 KHAL, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Hey, Mark, what's happening, bro? What's going on?
Oh, my goodness, man. It is so nice out here. Suzanne and I might just move out here, man. So.
Hey, listen, bro, if you do that, just make a bedroom for me. I don't take a lot of room. Hey, listen, Mark, we were talking real quick about the Model S. Do you know that Rodney's finding Model S's with like 1,800 miles on them, 19 or a couple thousand miles on them, a year old, that are 50% of retail?
I know. Don't even. Thanks, Rodney. That's all I can tell him. That's why this
apparently,
might be the first
Mark,
car.
what happened to them, though? Seriously, what happened? They're so beautiful. What happened?
Kept lowering the price. He kept lowering the price. That's what happened to him, just like he did the Model 3. They were getting primo money for him. When you start selling a brand new one, I bought mine for 110.
Oh,
within
no.
a year, within a year, it was 70. So, I mean, that's what happened to him.
You mean the new one was 70, the new one?
But hold on. Ask me if I'd do it again. I would have waited to buy it, but I still would have bought it. You know what's coming out in 2025?
What?
Roadster. Guess how fast it is?
How?
60 miles an hour in less than 1 second.
No way. That's impossible.
One. Well, call it impossible. They're doing it. One.
How much is it going to cost?
Well, they still haven't released that. I'm pretty sure I got a down payment that I'll probably waive on it. You know how Tesla is. The down payment's cheap. Oh, actually, I take that back. It's cheap on everything but the Roadster. I do not have a down payment on the Roadster.
No, you have a slot, though. Didn't you put a slot for $100 or something?
No, because they wanted when I bought my Model S to have this Roadster, you had to pop down a non-refundable $50,000. And the big problem with that is you had no idea how much the car was going to cost. So you could have been putting 50 grand down and they squeeze you for $500,000. You don't know.
I have that $100 one on that Cybertruck, but it's a refundable, and it's refundable totally.
I got this. No, it's not refundable. You'll give up to $250. I'm taking.
No, it's $100. It was $100 on the Cybertruck for sure.
I got.
Here's what I want to know. Are you sold on? You're sold on? You love Tesla. You love it. Oh, shoot, we got disconnected. We'll get him back. Anyway, yep. So he apparently knew about 50% value on a Tesla. That's got to piss people off. That's got to piss people off. If you spent that much money, that's got to bother you, man. Because, listen, I'm not saying that cars keep their value, but if we did talk about cars that kept value, guys, what would it be? Rodney, what are the ones that really Toyotas, right?
Toyotas, Hondas. It's the Asian ones that are the ones that are really hot. But your Dodge,
any luxury
Challenger,
cars keep their models, keep their value at all? Any luxury ones at all?
Luxury.
And like, do Beamers or Mercedes keep value?
No. I think your Lexus is going to keep value. Again, we're going back to the Asian model. I mean,
so Germans have lost a lot of quality, haven't they?
I think they're starting out so high, and they just drop so hard. When you start out at 100,000, you can only go one way and go down that way and go down fast at $100,000 a pop. But, you see that with, your Land Cruisers that are 80, 90, you're getting.
Oh, well, come on. Anybody. Okay. What's funny? There's a YouTube, I told you about this, where they interview old mechanics, young mechanics, and they ask them for the best values, worst values, and the best car to work on, the worst car, the one they get the most problems with, all of it. You know what the worst car? Every time, Land Rover. It's almost a joke that the Land Rover sucks. Yet you see so many people driving them. They're good. Okay, that's because the Sport is so good looking.
It is.
It's a good looking car.
That's but you got to have more than looks, though. You do.
It's the highest. It's one of the highest maintenance cars.
It is.
Not just maintenance, but the way it looks. It looks like a piece of crap.
It looks like a piece of crap. I think.
No. I mean, it drives. I mean, the driving. I don't even know how it drives. I never drove it. I'm talking about it lasts like a piece of crap. It's terrible. Right. I should never say that. It's one of the most beautiful cars. But that was the thing with Jaguar. Jaguar was so beautiful. That's what made it. I mean, it's the worst car you could ever buy. But weren't they? I don't know how they look now. They're not that great. But God, were they the most beautiful cars? Did you think Jaguars were beautiful?
They always had a good body line. Yeah.
And okay. So what about who owns the Rolls Royce right now? Who owns that right now?
I think that's owned by Rolls Royce.
Is it still Rolls Royce?
Yeah.
Rolls
Royce is owned by
Rolls
Royce.
Those are beautiful cars.
Oh,
of course, they're impractical, but they're beautiful.
Right.
But are they dependable? And I mean, now, who cares, right? I mean, people that buy those don't care, but I'm curious about it. Are they dependable? Are they?
I wouldn't know.
I
have no idea.
I'm just wondering if, like, they're these big ultra luxury Bentleys, Bentley's not as much as Rolls, but Rolls or any of those, Maybach, are they going to come out with electric cars?
I think they all are starting to. I think the whole world is moving to that level, to the electric or some type of hybrid in order to compete with the miles per gallon it just basically where we are right now. The whole world is moving away from the.
See, that's going to be one hell of a problem when when people are all electric, and we are having brownouts. Mm-hmm. Is Mark back? Are you there, Mark? Are you back?
Hey, man, I think the cartel overheard.
All right,
me
so what else?
about a
What else?
Tesla.
Now that you're depressed about the value of your car, what else do you want to talk about?
Hey, I wanted to say this, man. You guys were talking about the Rolls Royce and those kind of vehicles. I know this guy that bought a Ferrari years ago.
Oh, shit.
It was a beautiful, beautiful red Ferrari. In fact, he let my wife drive it for a little bit, which was actually absolutely stunning. But they drop value in a heartbeat. I mean, I don't care.
Hold on. If you keep, this is what's so strange about that. If you keep them under 2,000 miles, that means you can't drive them.
Yeah, isn't it? It's like the only car you buy and never drive.
Right. Or if you get any kind of fender bender, you're done. You are totally done.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter. I mean, most people's insurance isn't going to cover the value of it. I always wondered that, man. Someone hits you with the minimum coverage. I mean, if you don't.
Well, and where do you drive?
You're done.
Here's the thing, Mark, I swear to God, there's nowhere to drive. You know, you don't want to go to the movies. I mean, with certain cars, I see these people with McLarens. I see people with Ferraris. I see people with, and I think, oh, I got that. I had that poison pill once. Where do you drive? What do? You can't trust it anywhere.
Just a weekender, and they're just toys.
You have to just have money to burn. I
Right.
swear to God, you got to have money to burn when it comes to that stuff.
That's your
Well, you've seen these. I mean, you guys have looked up like, what's the guy's name? Not Elon Musk. Who's the? I can't think of his name, man. Who's the guy that owns like the biggest yacht in the world? I mean, the thing's like an aircraft
Bezos.
carrier, and it's a person.
Well,
Bezos.
you know, talking about Bezos. I mean, but
It's an aircraft carrier. They converted into a yacht, basically. Remember, they had to take it apart to get it under some bridge or something weird like that.
No, I know it. It's crazy. But, here's the thing. With the move to electrics, I'm just curious when people are really going to get serious about it, because there are so many regular cars out there right now. I just don't see it happening soon.
Rob's kind of touching on this. When they develop a car that's equal to 600-700
miles
per charge,
Ford Chevy, they can also produce these huge semis that are all diesel and do a ton, because that's how the emissions works now. If you can create cars that get 600-700, whether they're electric or hybrid or whatever, I don't think it matters. They get all those tax credits to build these super diesels that can pull anything in the world. So I think that's one of the reasons Ford and Chevy kind of like the electric for a while. It offsets the emissions for the bigger vehicles.
Yep, I don't doubt it. Okay, I got to take this break. If you want to hang on, hang on.
Ford and Chevy have both scaled back EV production.
Yeah, they stopped making the Lightning for a while.
Well, hell, you put a trailer on it, you make it 19 miles. I mean,
Yeah.
come on.
Yep, that's a joke.
We lost so much money on the Lightning.
Man, I'd be really pissed if I bought these fucking cars. These G-Wagons, people are paying $100 over. I mean, now with just with just 30,000 miles on them, they're down to like under 100.
Seriously?
And that was a 100 over book. They were selling for 225,000.
Now do that as a lease. You see what I mean? It just works so nicely. If you pick the right car on the lease, oh my gosh, that's a beautiful payment for a $200,000 car, and you get it for right.
But it doesn't make sense to me how these have gone so far down in value.
In the Ford Mach-E?
Yeah, Mustang.
They're just sitting on the lots.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a whole section in most dealerships, just Mach-E's. They can't sell them.
LazyDays.com, today's car day, and we're talking about vehicles. What about an RV? If you want one, Lazy Days is the RV authority, LazyDays.com. You know, they have great service as well. The new service facility up there at exit 240, that's the Longmont turnoff. It's on Frontage Road right alongside I-25, south of that intersection on the east side. Used to be our friends at Century RV. Now, LazyDays.com, they also have new and used RVs all over on the Lazy Days. Pick one, and they have great trade-in values as well. LazyDays.com. If you're looking for income later in life and you have a lump sum of money, you may want to consider a fixed indexed annuity with BecomeTheBanker.org. Now, why do I say a fixed index annuity? Well, it's not for everyone, but if you are willing to trade some of that liquidity and put it in an account that's guaranteed to grow, guaranteed never to lose, not a penny of principal or gain, and a guaranteed income that they predict now, you need to find out more at 303-779-6600. Augment your Social Security and have a better life. And don't let that money get wasted in the stock market. 303-779-6600. See, these don't even excite me anymore.
Was that a G-Wagon?
Yeah, I mean, but I'm telling you, they have come down so much. The used ones, the new ones are still up there, but they're so, I mean, this has 20,000 miles on it. This one, this 2020 has 20,000 miles on it. It's 130,000. Let me just tell you what it sold for. What that sold for out the door was $240,000. So it's $100,000 in 3 years, or 4.
That's a hard depreciation.
That's $50,000 fucking dollars a year. $50,000 a year.
That's an expensive ride at that point.
Every single time I turned around, oh, you need this done. How much? $1,800. I said, what the fuck you mean $1,800? What's $1,800? An engine?
Are they pretty high maintenance?
Oh, fuck. You don't even want to know. I mean, it's like, it makes no sense. What they charge makes no sense on some of the shit.
I sold a S550 the other day, and he says, I got to have a warranty. I got to have an extended warranty. That warranty cost him $12,000.
They're stupid. Wow. Fucking stupid.
$12,000.
They just like spending money.
Yeah, but warranties more and more and more, they're not covering anything.
We have a pretty good one, and I know I'm a little bit partial. United Car Care.
Yeah.
Do you know them?
Yeah, we've dealt with them.
How do you, you see the other end, I see the front end.
Yeah, no, what they're doing more and more is they all want adjusters now.
Mm-hmm.
They try to get adjusters out, and they try to get the adjuster to find reasons to not fix the cars.
Mm-hmm.
Where before it was more just verifying what was needed. Now he's the expert. He's trying to say that this is preventative. This is a repair. So instead of replacing both struts, one's leaking badly, one's seeping, one.
Okay.
Friday at 4 America finally starting to get the truth about the profound harm from legalized marijuana. A new study leaves no doubt about that. Is it time to repeal Amendment 64? Join me at 4.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Quite an action-filled day. Okay, so gas prices, guys, they're going out the roof again. Did you know that?
I thought they were going down a little bit.
No,
from
they're
what I saw
not.
in my neighborhood.
They're going up. Gas prices hit 4-month high. What are you talking about, Kevin? That's at the end of February, 4-month high.
Oh, okay. We're close to the shop. It actually went down a little bit this week.
Okay. Well, they're like $3.30 a gallon. That's what they were paying. Now it's up, and prices for in Hawaii are near $5. That's always heavier. But really, the prices. I mean, people now think $3 is cheap, right? So they're saying about $3.50 will be right where it settles down for the summer. Is that a lot?
It's a lot higher than it is now. Yeah, because I think we were paying right around the block from us $2.55.
Oh no, that low?
Yeah, $2.79
well, then what
and
is
$2.55.
this talking about?
I don't know. Somewhere not around here.
Anyway, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Also, we were talking about insurance. Car insurance is also going up an average of 30%. Now, that's incredible. And it's not just because of hailstorms and all of that. We're also having problems with liability because of lawsuits and all of that. And the cost of insuring a car is going up. So when you take the cost of insurance all the way around, health insurance, home insurance, car insurance, just to our pocketbooks, you could end up spending just on those three things. Homeowners policies, not just condos and townhomes I was talking about. Homeowners policies are going up 40%, some of them. 40%.
Well, you add that to the property tax. That
Okay, now we're just talking about, that's right, that's another thing. Property taxes, oh my God. I mean, think about that.
Mm-hmm.
People are having a tough time staying afloat. Denver, by the way, is also one of the ones hardest hit with property taxes because of, or Colorado, I should say, especially Denver, but Colorado, because of the Gallagher Amendment, we were screwed out of doing away with. And then it put all of the tax burden, or not all of it, but it spread the tax burden out equally with residences. It used to be a little more skewed toward businesses. Now residents, as they say, picked up their fair share. And you are in for a major shock with your property insurance if you haven't already found that out. So with property insurance, the cost of home ownership, think about it. With property taxes, insurance, and all of that, you are looking at least, if you had to say the cost of home ownership, 30%. Interest rates, think about that. The cost of home ownership is almost unattainable. Stephanie, what's going on with you?
Yes, I have a 15 Ford Explorer, and on the computer control to go from defrost to the floor, it's only staying in the middle. It's not switching. Could that just be a fuse, or is it something?
Now wait a minute. Wait. So when you put it to come out the middle, are you talking, when you say the middle, do you mean floor, middle, and defrost?
Correct.
Okay, and it's only coming out. It's not coming out of the middle toward your body.
It's coming out towards the middle, but it won't go to the floor, and it won't switch to the defrost.
Okay, that's what they call
so
them, blend doors.
Does the display change and the airflow doesn't change, or the display doesn't change?
The display will change, but the flow doesn't change.
Right. It's a blend door, right?
Yeah, blender mode door actuator. Yeah.
So that's a door that diverts air.
That diverts air. The mode is the defrost floor and top. So this little electric motor actually moves a door to a different position to direct the air. So typically that little motor wears out.
Now,
so
the
it's
good
not
news
a fuse
is,
or anything.
well, the good news is it's pretty common.
Mm-hmm.
What year is your? Oh, you just 15. That's about the time.
Yep. And it depends on which one. Some are very easy to get. Some you have to pull half the dash off to get to them.
Is that just time, and is that a flat rated thing or not?
No, it's an hourly thing. The motors are $100 or less, and labor's anywhere from $100 to $600, depending on which one.
Are you kidding me? It could be as much. In a Ford Explorer, you have any idea how hard that is to get to?
I don't remember. There's like 4 or 5 different actuators in there.
Stephanie, the best thing is to get it. But anyway, the motor's not that expensive, but the labor can be anywhere from $100 to $600, with the motor being $100. So the most you're looking at is $700.
Does it matter? Like, I have a limited. Does that matter at all?
No.
Oh, okay.
Limited.
Right,
What
trim model? The trim is a limited.
Okay. So that's okay. Well, we have more right after this. Get your calls in 303-713-TALK.
The absolute worst one is the car shield. The one they
Oh
advertise.
my gosh, that's a joke.
You know what they did to this one poor guy? He's got a Caravan with a misfire with a 3.6 Dodge engine. It's a known problem. They're calling it pre-existing because it is a known problem.
That's wrong.
What? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, but they're not admitting that. We look at every one individually, but that's a known problem. Why do you add that on the end of the sentence? If either you're going to cover the guy's, because it wasn't doing it when he bought it, now it is. Yeah, but that's a known problem, so it's pre-existing. Wow. It's like, holy
The question
crap.
is, does it do it on all of them?
Yes.
On every single one out there?
Yep. I haven't seen, I don't know that, but yeah.
That would be what I would pose to him.
I got you. We got our wrap, because we have a wrap with CarShield, you know, for whatever reason.
I hate CarShield.
We don't get any work from them because we can't.
ZeroResDenver.com. If you're looking for really clean, you want ZeroRes. And what do I mean by really clean? I mean they use only empowered water. This water has an electrical charge, super softened alkaline base, and it's the best cleaning agent in nature. Truly is. And with their patented scrubbing techniques, they get your carpets to feel and look like new. An emphasis on the feel because there's no dirt-attracting residue. They use less water. It dries faster, stays clean longer. I call it really clean. For the first time, my carpets felt like new when they were done. I love that feeling. No odors in the air. It's wonderful. ZeroRes has specials for my listeners, always starting at $33 a room. Find out more, though, at ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150. That's ZeroRes Denver, the only people I'll have in my home, 303-471-5150. Genesis Total Exteriors does a lot. Everything from the roof to the siding, stucco, windows, doors, soffits, fascia, gutters, decks, railings, painting, outbuildings. So if you have storm damage, they can do it all, and you'll have one point of contact, GenesisTotalExteriors.com, and of course, all your home improvements as well. A company I know and trust, and you can too. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Into one I hadn't seen in a while, return to dealer policy.
On
only
warranty.
the selling dealer can do the repairs.
Oh, that's interesting. I haven't seen that one. Right.
Yeah.
But when you look at the Deal Shield after 5 years at $150, I think it was. I had this guy. He was paying. I think it was over $5,000.
Oh, CarShield, you mean?
Yeah, CarShield.
Oh, you pay out the end. Well, you got
every
the
month.
commercials. You
Yeah,
know, the endorsements got to get paid.
Right, and I said, dude, you're missing it.
Yeah.
You buy mine, you buy my product. I can give you the same terms, same everything, and it costs you $2,500. Yeah. Why would you do CarShield? You can stop paying and start paying whenever you want once you sign in.
Oh yeah.
And that's how they get you. Right.
Yeah. Because they don't cover it anyway, so they don't. Yeah, as long as you pay anything, they're ahead. Yeah.
So.
But I couldn't believe the conversation I had over that Chrysler.
Okay. Well, that's interesting. Talking about
And
control.
That's the second one of those they turned down.
Because of that?
Yeah.
So that they wanted to go back to the dealership.
No. I mean the.
Oh, just car. Okay, the
everything's
pre-existing.
pre-existing.
Oh, I see.
Every single thing we call them on is pre-existing.
Wow. Yeah. Even my own sister got caught into that one. I just said, I told you to buy the warranty. Mm-hmm.
My sister-in-law years ago went to Just Brakes. Remember the $59.99 friction line and all that? And I was just like, and she spent like $800 freaking dollars to get her Volkswagen. She said 40,000 mile Volkswagen.
Mm-hmm.
I said, well, I didn't want to bother you. I was like, if you got $800 in your pocket, you can come bug me any day you want.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, they believe the commercial. The commercial's genuine enough, and they hear the people that are giving it.
Right.
You know.
And I think it was
like Ice-T is one on there.
Was it that? Yeah.
He's on one commercial.
I remember.
There's a couple different celebs on there.
Yeah. I think it was Tom. You were saying. Tom was saying how to remember Just Brakes and the other brake place.
Just Say No.
Just Say No. Right. I just remember that.
When Just Brakes was really breaking into Colorado, there was a shop down from us, and he was primarily a brake shop. He did a little bit of front ends and stuff. And then, of course, $99 brake jobs moved in down
And
the road.
Brakes Plus used to be a good place, but
yes, they used to. Yeah.
I don't know how they are now. Larry died, of course, and I don't know how they
It's just we just called him just another Firestone. You know, they're all the same kind of thing.
Yeah, but this guy was always busy, and then of course when the $99 brake special shows up down the road, you start seeing all that business. amount of luck filling up down
Oh,
next
yeah.
to him. So he changed his marquee. We fixed $99 brake jobs.
Yeah.
you sold.
They were terrible. Prorated.
Mm-hmm.
Pro rata. You know, because we have one of my customers. She's calling me from there crying. And it's like, he wants $400 more to fix because this wasn't covered. Leave.
Oh, wow.
I said, I can do it for $300. Bring the car over. We'll take care of you. He say it's going to void my warranty if you do my brakes. You don't have a warranty.
There was one of the news stations.
Yeah, you just think you have one.
You just think
There was one of the news stations that was popping around looking at them, and they were going into all these. They had the brakes inspected first to see what kind of condition they were really in.
Yep.
And they went to like 4 different of the same chain and got 4 different prices.
Yep.
None of them under $1,200.
No, it's pure commission.
Mhm.
Because when I was just getting started is when they were starting too in my own gig. And I talked to one guy, he's making like $1.50 as a manager in one of these places. I'm like, how much, what? And I went in and went through the whole spiel and had the hard sell and the
It's a backdoor tax on firearm ownership, and it's designed to make it less desirable for you to own a gun to protect yourself. Colorado Take-A-Slature is at it again. We'll talk about it. Plus, Twisted View, 630 K-House, Denver's talk station.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. Matt's got a comment on electric cars. Go ahead, Matt. What is your comment, sir?
Oh, those electric cars, pretty much I think they're a joke because they're going to mess with your vacations. You know, your one-day trip's going to take 3.
You know, we were just talking about that. You're talking about the time it takes to charge?
Yeah, time it takes to charge, and, you know, if you're hauling anything, your battery life isn't going to be there.
I'll tell you what, as with everything, they're jumping the gun. I totally agree with you. We're not ready for it yet, but will we be ready for it? Like when California says you can't even enter the state without an electric vehicle. What's that, in 2035?
2035,
You can't even enter the state without an electric vehicle. That's going to be a
everything.
crap show. Bill, what is your comment on leasing?
Okay, let me confess first, because when I was talking to you the other day with in my 401, and I said 75, and I got 500,000 now.
Yeah.
Well, I started with 175. I've had it off.
Okay,
so,
that could be. Yep.
Almost tripled. Hey, but anyway, you know, I've been leasing for probably 30 years, and I like it. I never got.
Did you say 70 years?
30.
About
30 years.
And I never have to pay to fix a car. When I you know, in the middle there, I bought 2 cars, and I made a mistake because I don't like cars. I drive trucks, and I took a loss on them. You know, so I can't complain.
I wonder why. Did you say you took a loss on the trucks?
No, on the
no, on the cars.
On the new car.
I got a Volkswagen Jetta and a Dodge Magnum when it first came out.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Yeah.
And I just didn't like driving a car, so I traded them in before.
Oh, I get it. Yeah.
Was over.
And you know what? Is the F-150 still the #1 selling vehicle in the world?
It's truck.
Number 7 selling
I thought
truck.
it was vehicle. Okay, it's
the truck.
It's the #1 selling truck. What's the #1 selling vehicle? Do you think in general with everything? Anyway, so
Camry? I'm not sure.
I'm wondering because when you consider, like, what do they drive in China and India? Wouldn't that trump what we have here, maybe because of the population? I don't know. I'll ask ChatGPT. But anyway, rip-offs by age. Who do you think gets ripped off more online?
The elderly?
Nope. Young people. 18 to 30, but 18 to 59, 60 and older, less. But why would you say older? Because they don't understand what they're doing?
Yeah, just behind on technology.
Yeah, but they're not on as much, so that's probably why the others get ripped off. By the way, thanks, guys, for being here. Kevin Kalkin, SheridanAutotech.com. Rod Greer, which is JFRCars.com. Make sure you ask for Rod. Jeff Vick, TransmissionsDenver.com. And that's it. And we had Frankenstein pizza today that tried to mimic a cheeseburger. It just doesn't work. Don't do it. Save all your problems for me.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Leland Conway is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery, and we have something important to share. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. That's why I made the smart move to invest in home fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. No more commuting to the gym. Now I work out with my family at home. Imagine this. No more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. With the right equipment at home, you can train like a pro whenever it suits you. And here's the touchdown play. Get your family involved.
Start your new year off right. Save 20 to 40% off any True treadmill, elliptical, or exercise bike.
I have a True treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. You always regret when you don't. It's a new year. It's time to work on a new you. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
Here's my problem.
United we stand.
Completely agree with your sentiments.
Divided we call.
He talks about we're divided. Well, yeah, we are. And we need to wake up as a country and realize what's going on
the best comment section you've ever heard.
There need to be term limits. The biggest problem is career politicians. Totally nailed it. I'm just tired of taking the lesser of two evils.
Denver's talk station.
We're not going to let them shut us up.
Is 630 KHOW.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver. An iHeartRadio station. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Michelle Franzen. Fire crews are getting a break from those winds that have fueled this week's deadly wildfires in the Texas Panhandle. The Smokehouse Fire, now the state's largest on record, has charred through more than 1 million acres in cattle country. At a briefing, Governor Greg Abbott says the destruction to homes, livestock, and livelihoods is widespread.
Those who are affected by this have gone through utter devastation. They are going through challenges that others cannot comprehend.
The blaze so far blamed for at least 2 deaths. In Florida, a federal judge heard arguments today in the Mar-a-Lago classified documents case involving former President Trump. His attorneys pushing for a trial start date after the election. Special counsel prosecutors want a trial date in July. The judge did not set a date yet. The CDC issuing new guidelines for COVID, saying people who get COVID with symptoms should isolate for 24 hours. This is ABC News. In Connecticut, a guilty verdict in the case of a woman conspiring to kill her boyfriend's wife.
A Connecticut jury finding Michelle Troconis guilty on all counts in the death of 50-year-old mother of 5 Jennifer Dulos, including conspiracy to commit murder and evidence tampering. On the day of Jennifer Dulos' disappearance, Troconis was seen on surveillance cameras riding with Dulos' estranged husband Fotis Dulos through Hartford, dropping off garbage bags at various locations which were later found to contain bloody clothes, zip ties, and DNA of Jennifer Dulos, as well as Fotis Dulos and Michelle Troconis. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Safety experts are sounding the alarm about a China-made doorbell camera sold by Amazon, Walmart, and other retailers. Consumer Reports found the $30 video doorbells have major security flaws, allowing anyone easy access to footage through an app and able to lock out the owner. Those devices made by a company called Ekin. Walmart says it's removed them from its website. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
The Weld County Sheriff's Office says one of its DNA analysts has been fired after an investigation of anomalies in her casework.
Chiara Wunsch had worked at the Northern Colorado Regional Forensic Lab for more than 10 years. The sheriff's office intends to pursue criminal charges against Wunsch, who they say did not cooperate with the agency's internal investigation. The alleged anomalies in her work were brought to light by a separate CBI investigation. The impact on criminal cases she worked is still unknown, with officials saying the anomalies discovered in Wunsch's casework were, quote, limited.
That's reporter Chad Bauer. A red flag warning will be out tomorrow from 10 a.m. 8 to 7 p for the urban corridor. And for much of the central plains of Colorado, gusty winds will increase the fire danger to extreme levels. Boating season started today at Cherry Creek State Park. Jackson Lake opens tomorrow. Colorado Parks and Wildlife says boats will be allowed at Boyd Lake and Chatfield on Monday, the 11th. I'm Kathy Walker.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
A new crash downtown, I-25 northbound at 6th Avenue. An accident blocking 2 center lanes. We're seeing stopped-up traffic back from Emerson Street in 22 minutes of delays. Northeast of there, I-270 westbound, reports of an accident approaching Vasquez. Heavy congestion back from I-70. And over on the west end of town through Wheat Ridge, Wadsworth northbound between 32nd and 44th, a right lane closure due to road work. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, mostly sunny skies, high 64 today, overnight low of 35. Warm tomorrow as well, high 66. Cooling down for Sunday with a high of 54, scattered showers. The current temperature is that high of 64 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Nothing in life is certain but death, taxes, and mainstream media lies. This week on Red Pilled America, we answer the question, who should you trust in the media? By telling the story of stand-up comedian Jimmy Dore. Listen to Red Pilled America anywhere you hear podcasts. That's Red Pilled America.
Security. That's a wonderful word. Too bad so few of us get to experience it with regard to our finances. With a Life Changer loan, there's light at the end of the tunnel. You see, on a Life Changer loan, you can do your banking inside your mortgage. So you can pay principal first. You can pay down, pay off, and borrow back at your leisure. Control, flexibility, and security. That's what you get with a Life Changer loan. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Life Changer Loan Corp is a licensed Colorado mortgage company. NMLS 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Warm, cold, warm again, then freeze. Fickle weather takes a toll on heating systems. Be ready for the next freeze with Fix-It 24/7's Extreme Deep Clean and Check. Just $39 for new customers. Limited time only. I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino. Fix-It, the only company that truly removes the dust, dirt, and grime. The #1 killer of furnaces. And now just $39 to clean it. FixMyHome.com.
When your house is in trouble, fix it 24/7. We'll be there on the double.
Hey, it's Joe Pags coming up, a massive program today. Tulsi Gabbard comes on, former Democrat. Now she's being talked about as a possible VP for Trump. That plus Caroline Levitt for the Trump campaign and writer Roger L. Simon on the Joe Pags Show. Tonight from 6 to 9.